Time. Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
Just sliding over here to the right. Well, there's some people here, which is strange. I thought there'd be... I didn't schedule anything, and this is, quite frankly speaking, a degenerate time for me. I readjusted some things like the volume. Hello Kuma. I readjusted some things, hold on. I think the music's a little loud. Something like that. Okay. This is strange. I didn't schedule this. I didn't plan this. I was just sort of suffering alone, and I thought, well, I've got something to read that's a little interesting. And I haven't done a reading stream in a little while. Sure, the hour of day might be a little different than usual, but it wouldn't hurt to just have this on the channel, right? So here we are, about 15 minutes after the thought came across my head to proceed to set up a stream for this, to just throw together a thumbnail that's kind of just editing the old one, but adding it, changing the assets a little bit. To do a reading stream, another one for John Dewey today. I'll go to class with that. Hi Tara, please go to sleep. Sleep is good for you. Hopefully this stream will help you sleep, because I've been told by the people who watch me that my reading streams have contributed to the resolution of their sleeplessness, at least temporarily. And so it's got a lot of words. It'll be boring, so please feel free to sleep for this. I just thought to stream it because, well, if I'm gonna be reading it anyways, I might as well read it on the channel so that anyone else who may not be necessarily inclined to go out of their way to read it can at least experience me reading it. And so there will be more reading overall than if it was just me. Also, if you hear any noises in my background, I apologize. Certain machines are running. Yes, sleep will never go in. You should, if it is a I don't know what time it is for you, but for me it is an unreasonable time to be awake. So please go to sleep if it is that. If it's not, then I don't know, carry on with your day. That would be good too. In the last few streams I've had Parrot either read certain things out or like a chat out at some points, but it's almost midnight. Well, this will help put you to sleep. Wouldn't that be nice? That would be nice, right? That would be good. Right? so maybe you can read this and sleep. 1:30 a.m. that's not good either. That's not good either. You should both go to sleep maybe then. Oh well. I don't know. Maybe this stream will help you fall asleep, and if so, that'd be fine. I know that there won't be many, because I didn't schedule. This will be a good VOD. This will be like a VOD. This will be a VOD that people can go back to if they're interested in the reading. I just thought in my crisis that I'd be reading it this time anyway, so screw it. I'll do it, right? I spent 8 minutes just rambling around. I haven't actually gotten into any of the readings. I need to do that. Messaging people about fetishization. Well, as long as you're having healthy, productive conversations, that is good. What the hell am I to do? Okay. This is what I am to do. I'm going to read now. It's going to be How We Think by John Dewey, and then every so often if you have anything to say in chat, I will check it and respond if any. Otherwise, this is just a really bad audiobook with some visuals as I scroll through this Project Gutenberg file, which I think I can actually just clip into the chat if anyone wants to read along. It's right there. I should also put this in the description. I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll do that later. Okay. Anyways, this is How We Think by John Dewey. Or rather, Professor John Dewey, since he's the professor of philosophy in Columbia University. Copyright 1910. Printed in the US of A. Well, it's not really printed because this is the Gutenberg copy, which is a free online resource because education should be free, but nonetheless, this is a copy of something perhaps that was once physical, eternalized in this digital form now. Sorry. Preface. Our schools are troubled with a multiplication of studies, each in turn having its own multiplication of materials and principles. Our teachers find their tasks made heavier in that they have come to deal with pupils individually and not merely in mass. Unless these steps in advance are to end in distraction, some clue of unity, some principle that makes for simplification must be found. This book represents the conviction that the needed steadying and centralizing factor is found in adopting, as the end of endeavor, that attitude of mind, that habit of thought, which we call scientific. This scientific attitude of mind might conceivably be quite irrelevant to teaching children and youth. But this book also represents the conviction that such is not the case. That the native and unspoiled attitude of childhood, marked by ardent curiosity, fertile imagination, and love of experimental inquiry, is near, very near, to the attitude of the scientific mind. If these pages assist any to appreciate this kinship and to consider seriously how its recognition in educational practice would make for individual happiness and the reduction of social waste, the book will amply have served its purpose. It is hardly necessary to enumerate the authors to whom I am indebted. My fundamental indebtedness is to my wife, by whom the ideas of this book were inspired, and through whose work in connection with the laboratory school, existing in Chicago between 1896 and 1903, the ideas attained such concreteness as comes from embodiment and testing in practice. It is a pleasure also to acknowledge indebtedness to the intelligence and sympathy of those who cooperated as teachers and supervisors in the conduct of that school, especially to Mrs. Ella Flagg Young, then a colleague in the university and now superintendent of the schools of Chicago, New York City, December 1909. The contents will be separated into 3 parts. Part 1, the problem of training thought. Part 2, logical considerations. Part 3, the training of thought. I anticipate that we are going to get through maybe 1 or 2 chapters of part 1. Although maybe I could just make this a longer stream and get through part 1 entirely. So that it's coherent and makes sense, right? But that is like at least 50 something pages. It's at least 60 pages. So we'll see how far we can go, right? Be good. Any questions from anybody? Nope, that's good. That's fine then? Okay. Am I blocking the text? I think I just need to scroll through, and then as long as the text is in the middle, or in the higher bits of the middle, then you should be able to see it and it'll be fine. Okay. I have some tea with me as well, though it's really hot, so I'm just waiting for it to cool down. I also put 2 tea bags in because these are times of trouble for the first and last philosopher VTuber. How we think. Part 1. The problem of training thought. Chapter 1. What is thought? Varied senses of the term. No words are oftener on our lips than thinking and thought. So profuse and varied indeed is our use of these words, that it is not easy to define just what we mean by them. The aim of this chapter is to find a single consistent meaning. Assistance may be had by considering some typical ways in which the terms are employed. In the first place, thought is used broadly, not to say loosely. Everything that comes to mind, that goes through our heads, is called a thought. To think of a thing is just to be conscious of it in any way whatsoever. Second, the term is restricted by excluding whatever is directly presented. We think or think of only such things as we do not directly see, hear, smell, or taste. Then, third, the meaning is further limited to beliefs that rest upon some kind of evidence or testimony. Of this third type, 2 kinds, or rather 2 degrees, must be discriminated. In some cases, a belief is accepted with slight or almost no attempt to state the grounds that support it. In other cases, the ground or basis for a belief is deliberately sought and its adequacy to support the belief examined. This process is called reflective thought. It alone is truly educative in value, and it forms, accordingly, the principal subject of this volume. We shall now briefly describe each of the 4 senses. In its loosest sense, thinking signifies everything that, as we say, is in our heads, or that goes through our minds. He who offers a penny for your thoughts does not expect to drive any great bargain. In calling the objects of his demand thoughts, he does not intend to ascribe to them dignity, consecutiveness, or truth. Any idle fancy, trivial recollection, or flitting impression will satisfy his demand. Daydreaming, building of castles in the air, that loose flux of casual and disconnected material that floats through our minds in relaxed moments are, in this random sense, thinking. More of our walking life than we should care to admit, even to ourselves, is likely to be whiled away in this inconsequential trifling with idle fancy and unsubstantial hope. In this sense, silly folk and dullards think. The story is told of a man in slight repute for intelligence who, desiring to be chosen selectman in his New England town, addressed a knot of neighbors in this wise: "I hear you don't believe I know enough to hold office. I wish you to understand that I'm thinking about something or other most of the time." Now, reflective thought is like this random coursing of things through the mind in that it consists of a succession of things thought of. But it is unlike in that the mere chance occurrence of any chance something or other in an irregular sequence does not suffice. Reflection involves not simply a sequence of ideas, but a consequence, a consecutive ordering in such a way that each determines the next as its proper outcome, while each in turn leans back on its predecessors. The successive portions of the reflective thought grow out of one another and support one another. They do not come and go in a medley. Each phase is a step from something to something. Technically speaking, it is a term of thought. Each term leaves a deposit which is utilized in the next term. The stream or flow becomes a train, chain, or thread. Even when thinking is used in a broad sense, it is usually restricted to matters not directly perceived. To what we do not see, smell, hear, or touch, we ask the man telling a story if he saw a certain incident happen. And his reply may be, "No, I only thought of it." A note of invention, as distinct from faithful record of observation, is present. Most important in this class are successions of imaginative incidents and episodes which, having a certain coherence, hanging together on a continuous thread, lie between kaleidoscopic flights of fancy and considerations deliberately employed to establish a conclusion. The imaginative stories poured forth by children possess all degrees of internal congruity. Some are disjointed, some are articulated. When connected, they simulate reflective thought. Indeed, they usually occur in minds of logical capacity. These imaginative enterprises often precede thinking of the close-knit type and prepare the way for it. But they do not aim at knowledge and belief about facts or in truths, and thereby they are marked off from reflective thought even when they most resemble it. Those who express such thoughts do not expect credence, but rather credit for a well-constructed plot, or a well-arranged climax. They produce good stories, not, unless by chance, knowledge. Such thoughts are an efflorescence of feeling. The enhancement of a mood or sentiment is their aim, congruity of emotion, their binding tie. What did I... Okay, let me just look at the... Does anyone have any questions? No? That's good. Times travel required to your coffee? Absolutely. Is this metaphysics? I don't think this is metaphysics, strictly speaking. No, does not sleep. Well, these are troubling times, okay? These are troubling times. In its next sense, thought denotes belief resting upon some basis that is real or supposed knowledge going beyond what is directly present. It is marked by acceptance or rejection of something as reasonably probable, or improbable. This phase of thought, however, includes two such distinct types of belief that, even though their difference is strictly of 1 degree. Not of kind, it becomes practically important to consider them separately. Some beliefs are accepted when their grounds have not themselves been considered, others are accepted because their grounds have been examined. When we say men used to think the world was flat, or I thought you went by the house, we express belief. Something is accepted, held to, acquiesced in, or affirmed. But such thoughts may mean a supposition accepted without reference to its real grounds. These may be adequate, they may not, but their value with reference to the support they afford the belief has not been considered. Such thoughts grow up unconsciously and without reference to the attainment of correct belief. They are picked up, we know not how. From obscure sources and by unnoticed channels, they insinuate themselves into acceptance and become unconsciously a part of our mental furniture. Tradition, instruction, imitation, all of which depend upon some authority in some form, or appeal to our own advantage, or fall in with a strong passion, are responsible for them. Such thoughts are prejudices, that is, prejudgments, not judgments proper that rest upon a survey of evidence. Thoughts that result in belief have an importance attached to them which leads to reflective thought, to conscious inquiry into the nature, conditions, and bearings of the belief. To think of whales and camels in the clouds is to entertain ourselves with fancies, terminable at our pleasure, which do not lead to any belief in particular. But to think of the world as flat is to ascribe a quality to a real thing as its real property. This conclusion denotes a connection among things and hence is not, like imaginative thought, plastic to our mood. Belief in the world's flatness commits him who holds it to thinking in certain specific ways of other objects, such as the heavenly bodies and antipodes, the possibility of navigation. It prescribes to him actions in accordance with his conception of these objects. The consequences of a belief upon other beliefs and upon behavior may be so important then, that men are forced to consider the grounds or reasons of their belief and its logical consequences. This means reflective thought in its eulogistic and empathetic sense. Men thought the world was flat until Columbus thought it to be round. The earlier thought was a belief held because men had not the energy or the courage to question what those above them accepted and taught, especially as it was suggested and seemingly confirmed by obvious, sensible facts. The thought of Columbus was a reasoned conclusion. It marked the close of study into facts, of scrutiny and revision of evidence, of working out the implications of various hypotheses, and of comparing these theoretical results with one another and with known facts. Because Columbus did not accept unhesitatingly the current traditional theory, because he doubted and inquired, he arrived at his thought. Skeptical of what from long habit seemed most certain, and credulous of what seemed impossible, he went on thinking until he could produce evidence for both his confidence and his disbelief. Even if this conclusion had finally turned out wrong, it would have been a different sort of belief from those it antagonized, because it was reached by a different method. Active, persistent, and careful consideration of any belief or supposed form of knowledge in the light of the grounds that support it, and the further conclusions to which it tends, constitutes reflective thought. Any one of the first 3 kinds of thought may elicit this type, but once it begun, it is a conscious and voluntary effort to establish belief upon a firm basis of reasons. Okay. 2. Essential factor in thinking. There are, however, no sharp lines of demarcation between the various operations just outlined. The problem of attaining correct habits of reflection would be much easier than it is, did not the different modes of thinking blend insensibly into one another. So far we have considered rather extreme instances of each kind in order to get the field clearly before us. Let us now reverse this operation. Let us consider a rudimentary case of thinking, lying between careful examination of evidence and a mere irresponsible stream of fancies. A man is walking on a warm day. The sky was clear the last time he observed it, but presently he notes, while occupied primarily with other things, that the air is cooler. It occurs to him that it is probably going to rain. Looking up, he sees a dark cloud between him and the sun, and then he then quickens his steps. What, if anything, in such a situation can be called thought? Neither the act of walking nor the noting of the cold is a thought. Walking is one direction of activity, looking and noting are other modes of activity. The likelihood that it will rain is, however, something suggested. The pedestrian feels cold. He thinks of clouds and a coming shower. So far, there is the same sort of situation as when one looking at a cloud is reminded of a human figure in a face. Thinking in both of these cases, the cases of belief and of fancy, involves a noted or perceived fact, followed by something else which is not observed but which is brought to mind, suggested by the thing seen. One reminds us, as we say, of the other. Side by side, however, with this factor of agreement in the two cases of suggestion, is a factor of marked disagreement. We do not believe in the face suggested by the cloud. We do not consider at all the probability of its being a fact. There is no reflective thought. The danger of rain, on the contrary, presents itself to us as a genuine possibility, as a possible fact of the same nature as the observed coolness. But differently, we do not regard the cloud as meaning or indicating a face, but merely as suggesting it. While we do consider that the coolness may mean rain. In the first case, seeing an object, we just happen, as we say, to think of something else. In the second, we consider the possibility and nature of the connection between the object seen and the object suggested. The seen thing is regarded as in some way the ground or basis of belief in the suggested thing. It possesses the quality of evidence. This function by which one thing signifies or indicates another and thereby leads us to consider how far one may be regarded as warrant for belief in the other is then the central factor in all reflective or distinctively intellectual thinking. By calling up various situations to which such terms as signifies and indicates apply, the student will best realize for himself the actual facts denoted by the words reflective thought. Synonyms for these terms are points to, tells of, betokens, prognosticates, represents, stands for, implies. We also say one thing portends another, is ominous of another, or a symptom of it, or a key to it, or, if the connection is quite obscure, that it gives a hint, clue, or intimation. Reflection thus implies that something is believed in or disbelieved in, not on its own direct account, but through something else which stands as witness, evidence, proof, voucher, warrant. That is, as ground of belief. At one time, rain is actually felt or directly experienced. At another time, we infer that it has rained from the looks of the grass and trees, or that it is going to rain because of the condition of the air or the state of the barometer. At one time, we see a man, or suppose we do, without any intermediary fact. At another time, we are not quite sure what we see and hunt for accompanying facts that will serve as signs, indications, tokens of what is to be believed. Thinking for the purposes of this inquiry is defined accordingly as that operation in which presents facts, suggests present facts, suggests other facts or truths in such a way as to induce belief in the latter upon the ground or warrant of the former. We do not put beliefs that rest simply on inference on the surest level of assurance. To say, I think so, implies that I do not as yet know so. The inferential belief may later be confirmed and come to stand as sure, but in itself, it always has a certain element of supposition. Damn, I'm getting lost. Someone says, damn, I'm getting lost. This related to logic, meta, and I guess half of it is philosophy of the language, what we call thought, and what's the relation between thinking and reality, I guess. So this is just a piece by John Dewey. John Dewey is an American philosopher of education. You may recall him from one of the previous reading streams, or might not. It's like the least popular reading stream I've done. So, but it's my pedagogic reads. That's what he did. And so this, I think, begins as an exploration merely of, this is just at the current moment, just a venture for a definition is all it is. And I believe later he will branch on to what it is in the context of his wider framework of thinking and how to improve thinking, how to get students to think, how to get how to make people think better from the perspective of education. So that's kind of that's where that is. It's mostly just observations, some sociological, not much philosophical. It's mainly just, rather than what the word ought to be or is, just how it's been used, an observation of that so far. Again, this is just the beginning. Sorry, I am stretching my back and my fingers. Excuse me. I realize that's not good for the audio of the for the VOD, but well, too little, too late. I'm dying, and these are emergency circumstances. Anyways. 3. Elements in reflective thinking. So much for the description of the more external and obvious aspects of the fact called thinking. Further consideration at once reveals certain sub-processes which are involved in every reflective operation. These are A. a state of perplexity, hesitation, doubt, and B. an active search or investigation directed toward bringing to light further facts which serve to corroborate or to nullify the suggested belief. A. In our illustration, the shock of coolness generated confusion and suspended belief, at least momentarily. Because it was unexpected, it was a shock or an interruption needing to be accounted for, identified, or placed. To say that the abrupt occurrence of the change of temperature constitutes a problem may sound forced and artificial, but if we are willing to extend the meaning of the word problem to whatever, no matter how slight and commonplace in character, perplexes and challenges the mind so that it makes belief at all uncertain, there is a genuine problem or question involved in this experience of sudden change. B. The turning of the head, the lifting of the eyes, the scanning of the heavens. Are activities adapted to bring to recognition facts that will answer the question presented by the sudden coolness? The facts as they first presented themselves were perplexing. They suggested, however, clouds. The act of looking was an act to discover if the suggested explanation held good. It may again seem forced to speak of this looking almost automatic as an act of research or inquiry. Once more, if we are willing to generalize our conceptions of our mental operations to include the trivial and ordinary as well as the technical and recondite, there is no good reason for refusing to give such a title to the act of looking. The purport of this act of inquiry is to confirm or to refute the suggested belief. New facts are brought to perception, which either corroborate the idea that a change of weather is imminent, or negate it. Another instance, commonplace also, yet not quite so trivial, may enforce this lesson. A man traveling in an unfamiliar region comes to a branching of the roads. Having no sure knowledge to fall back upon, he is brought to a standstill of hesitation and suspense. Which road is right, and how shall perplexity be resolved? There are but two alternatives. He must either blindly and arbitrarily take his course, trusting to luck for the outcome, or he must discover grounds for the conclusion that a given road is right. Any attempt to decide the matter by thinking will involve inquiry into other facts, whether brought out by memory or by further observation, or by both. The perplexed wayfarer must carefully scrutinize what is before him, and he must cudgel his memory. He looks for evidence that will support belief in favor of either of the roads, for evidence that will weigh down one's suggestion. He may climb a tree, he may go first in this direction, then in that, looking in either case for signs, clues, indications. He wants something in the nature of a signboard or a map, and his reflection is aimed at the discovery of facts that will serve this purpose. Let me check if there are any comments so far. Kuma says, if I weren't playing a game right now, I would be more involved, but this is definitely the type of book you would want to annotate and read over to properly analyze in order to interpret. Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah. This is the type of thing you want to make notes of and highlight and stuff. But this is just kind of what I wanted to do as an initial reading. Very quickly, you know. Also, it might be strange if I say this. Maybe I should repeat this in a different, separate stream. if necessary, but I don't really... Taking notes doesn't help me. I don't understand why that is the case. It's been the case for a long time now, where I've tried to take notes at various junctures for things, and I realized that the process of taking notes is unhelpful for me, at least physically taking down notes, like writing some notes down or trying to type it out in a document or whatever. That doesn't really work for me because I find it distracting for some reason. I don't know. I think the way I really can figure something out is by internalizing it subconsciously, and just in my head, like letting it do the work without me consciously, like almost sort of meditating and then letting what I read simmer into the mind. And in order to do that, in order to internalize it as quickly or as effectively as possible, for me personally, I cannot do anything, and that includes taking notes. So if I'm listening to someone, I can't be on my phone either. I can't be fidgeting. Maybe I'll be fidgeting with my fingers, but that's like at the most, right? I have to just sit there and pay attention, and I'm like, nothing else is going on. Not even note taking. Note taking distracts me for some reason, because maybe because I stress out about what is important to note of, what things to write down, what things to, whatever. I find that rather than maybe listening to something once and taking notes, I succeed a lot better by just listening to something twice or just once and then paying a lot of effort in that one listening. I don't know, it's strange. I've been told it's strange because I know that it's I know that it's a thing where most people say that it's good to take notes, and there's like a lot of educational theory that backs that up. I don't want to dispute that in any way. It's just I have found that personally for me, it doesn't work very well. I don't know why. Something's wrong, and I have to figure it out. Many things are wrong. Yeah, it's very interesting. Notes are usually something I pour a lot of time to probably. Yeah, and I think I think most people I know as well, that's the case. That notes are super important, and I think it does help also if I were to read someone else's notes, or like shortened notes from an authority like a teacher or a professor, or just PowerPoint summary recaps. Those help me too. And indeed, if I were to be, maybe it's because the discipline I engage with, philosophy, is also less memory and knowledge intensive and more deliberation and rational thought. So that could be it. Hello, Fruitles. You thought you could get away with an early stream. I thought nothing of how much I could get away with, merely that I need to do a reading and it's kind of interesting and it kind of fit the motif, because I had some other readings that were more contemporary essay sorts, and I just thought that wouldn't quite fit a reading stream. I thought this was being a book by an established thinker would be a good reading stream, so that's why I'm here at this ungodly degenerate hour for a lot of people, a lot of my fan base. So your attention has to be fully devoted. Yeah, exactly. I need to just be completely locked in, as the kids say. Anyways, what are we reading? We're reading How We Think. We're reading How We Think by John Dewey. John Dewey is the guy who also did the Pedagogic Creed, which is one of my earlier reading streams, which was the least popular one, coincidentally. So I didn't think this would be doing numbers, but that was not my concern. My concern is I had to read this, so I thought might as well make it a stream, right? The librarian, the annoying student who doesn't have to take notes and review bi-weekly. I'm annoying in that I spend very little time doing notes and preparing. Like I spend a very little time engaging with it, but the time I put a lot of energy into, and then I don't spend extra time like studying or reviewing, so I'll walk out of it with like a B. And it like and it's frustrating for some of the people I've encountered, because they're like, if you just tried a little harder, you could do very well. You could do an A, and I have to explain that I just can't try harder. Like I cannot do it. I don't know why. I do not have the motivation to try harder than is necessary, because to me, I already got all the important things down. And if I didn't catch the important things the first time around, then it wasn't that important to begin with. And if it really was that important, whoever was educating me would beat me over the head with it, and I would, I would hear it, right? So I'm just very lazy is what I'm trying to say. I think you can push the notes, Sky Scott says, I think you push the notes at the end of the reading section. Reveal all the thoughts you already internalized the paper to make sure they are right. At least that's how I roll. Oh yeah, that's what I do usually. I just, I finish a section and I go, okay, what did I think? This. I remember this and I liked this. And then I do that. And then I move on. Can't really do note taking while reading either. Yes, someone. Finally. A soul. A familiar soul, yes. Hello, this is your first time here, I believe. I should acknowledge new chatters more, I've been told, so I'm gonna do that. Hello. The timing is perfect for me as it's daytime in my place. That's great. That works out. Because it's daytime, it's always daytime somewhere in the world, and it's always a DGen hour for someone else. And today that someone else is me. A second studying and highlight stuff probably leaves out a lot of important details, but does make it easier to boil down to my words later, yes. Man, I miss school. Kind of wish we got these DGen hours more. Maybe we will get these hours more, I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, sorry for the note-taking / answering, if you're a VOD watcher. Let's head back to the reading, which would be here. Right. If you have any questions, please ask. I will get to them as well. I don't know if I'll be able to give you a good answer, but I'll read them for sure. The above illustration may be generalized. Thinking begins in what may fairly be called a forked road situation. A situation which is ambiguous, which presents a dilemma, which proposes alternatives. As long as our activity glides smoothly along from one thing to another, or as long as we permit our imagination to entertain fancies at pleasure, there is no call for reflection. Difficulty or obstruction in the way of reaching a belief brings us, however, to a pause. In the suspense of uncertainty, we metaphorically climb a tree. We try to find some standpoint from which we may survey additional facts, and getting a more commanding view of the situation may decide how the facts stand related to one another. Demand for the solution of a perplexity is the steadying and guiding factor in the entire process of reflection. Where there is no question of a problem to be solved or a difficulty to be surmounted, the course of suggestions flows on at random. We have the first type of thought described. If the stream of suggestions is controlled simply by their emotional congruity, their fitting agreeably into a single picture or story, we have the second type. But a question to be answered and ambiguity to be resolved sets up an end and holds the current of ideas to be a definite channel. Every suggested conclusion is tested by its reference to this regulating end, by its pertinence to the problem in hand. This need of straightening out a perplexity also controls the kind of inquiry undertaken. The traveler whose end is the most beautiful path will look for other considerations and will test suggestions occurring to him on another principle than if he wishes to discover the way to a given city. The problem fixes the end of thought, and the end controls the process of thinking. This bit's a little confusing for me. I think he's sort of slowly getting into the deliberation of thought, I suppose. Which makes sense to me, I think. The fork in the road analogy, which is also a meme, so I hope that would make sense if you are meme-minded. Four, summary. We may recapitulate by saying that the origin of thinking is some perplexity, confusion, or doubt. Thinking is not a case of spontaneous combustion. It does not occur just on general principles. There is something specific which occasions and evokes it. General appeals to a child or to a grown-up to think, irrespective of the existence in his own experience of some difficulty that troubles him and disturbs his equilibrium, are as futile as advice to lift himself up by his bootstraps. That's funny. Are as futile as advice to lift himself up by his bootstraps. That's funny to me. Yes, thinking does not occur just on general principles. Yes, it's not a case of spontaneous combustion. I like that. I like the summary. I think it's resonating with me a little bit now. Given a difficulty, the next step is suggestion of some way out, the formation of some tentative plan or project, the entertaining of some theory which will account for the peculiarities in question, the consideration of some solution for the problem. The data at hand cannot supply the solution. They can only suggest it. What then are the sources of the suggestion? Clearly past experience and prior knowledge. If the person has had some acquaintance with similar situations, if he has dealt with material of the same sort before, suggestions more or less apt and helpful are likely to arise. But unless there has been experience in some degree analogous, which may now be represented in imagination, confusion remains mere confusion. There is nothing upon which to draw in order to clarify it. Even when a child or a grown-up has a problem, to urge him to think when he has no prior experiences involving some of the same conditions is wholly futile. I like this more. Are there any questions for me? Oh, our team's here. Hello, our team. Our team is asking, why are you streaming? Well, that's because I am undergoing a crisis and I need to read certain things, and one of the things I need to read just so happens to be something that is a book, because there's, I didn't want to do like a paper for a reading stream. I just didn't think it would fit quite well, but it being a book, I was like, oh well, sure, maybe the hours are a little off than the usual schedules, but I think this works out perfectly. And so 15 minutes later, I set up stream and I started reading, and now I'm here. Tara, it's currently it's 2:05 a.m. Tara, you have my permission. Tara Ditto, you are someone who is in my chat a lot. You have my permission to leave and go to bed and just come back to the VOD if you so please tomorrow. There's always tomorrow, there's always the next day. And sleep is important and lovely. I love sleeping. Sleeping is the best thing ever. Part of why I'm streaming is precisely because I cannot sleep. And I thought that this would help. And I think it's helping. I think it's helping a little bit. Inside chat, there are 2 wolves. Sleepers, stick it up. Yes, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Anyways, sleeping is good. And if you can sleep to this, you should. If you can't, then you should. And these are regular sleeping times. You should. This is not like the usual time, so I'm not really quite accustomed to the dynamic of the day, because now I have to think, like, usually I think from the entirety of the 2 months, actually coincidentally I think this is the well, it's 8/6 instead of 6/8, or the other way around. It's like 2 days away from my 2 months of streaming, and this is the first time I've streamed at a time that is entirely departed from my usual hours. Never expected to catch a streaming office. I'm a little this is not going to happen often. This should not happen often. If this is happening often, something is going horribly wrong, and I am dying more than usual. So let's hope this does not happen often. Let me take a sip of my tea first, as I say this. I was put 2 tea bags in there. I think one would have been enough. Anyways. Early congrats on the month anniversary. Yes, indeed. My birth has been month anniversaried. Librarian ASMR 100. No. God, I don't even, like, the thing is, I don't know what ASMR actually is. I've heard it talked about, and I've gone so far as read the suggestions of ASMR videos on my feed. And I also have listened to certain ASMR video audios, I don't know, by like some VTubers. And I mean strictly as in like actually research purposes. I don't like like I genuinely would click in just to, yeah, and it's a lot of whispering, it's a lot of talking, it's just, but I thought, well, isn't that just like, why is there a tag for this? Isn't this just how people should talk sometimes, instead of, you know, it can't always be high energy screaming, right? Like why do people do that? It's strange. Craig. I'm not reading that name, sorry, but hello. It's just nice noises that relaxes people, usually a sleep aid. I see. I don't know, sleep aid for me doesn't really, I've never really had audio sleep aid. I think most is music. I think music helps me sleep sometimes. But usually what really gets me to sleep is just being very tired. Sorry about my name, I forgot. It's okay, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. Just know that I'm acknowledging you without doing so directly. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that's what ASMR is, right? Anyways, I also then made the promise to do ASMR at 1,000 subscribers, and I kind of do intend to keep that promise, because I've made it, due to several suggestions. And my expectation is that it would be funny, because I don't know what ASMR is. So to prepare for that, and I think it would be a long way to go. I think realistically, 1,000 subscribers will happen in like maybe half a year or so, if I'm really good. Otherwise, you know, maybe a bit more than that. But I anticipate it'll be within a year. If I do what I'm doing well, and I do it better than every time, which I intend to, right? In which case I have a year to learn what ASMR actually is, and so I can actually do it when we get to 1,000 subscribers. Anyways, sorry. Favorite ASMR, VTuber finds you watch other streamers and loses it. I've seen the surge of ASMR memes that are just contrary to the common thread of enjoyable, relaxing audio is like very loud and abrasive and like really. Shoot, my kettle is boiling. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, so when I say it's a stream I didn't plan, I do mean it. Sorry, my kettle was going off. Librarian researches ASMR in order to study its complex nature. I kind of want to do that, but I don't know how that would pan out would I like get copyright struck if I just kept clicking on videos of like people's ASMR channels? With that, you know, with that that's an idea for something. I have an idea for that, yes. Okay. Fave, his boyfriend takes you out to eat, but his off slide on him is. Oh, the memes are good. You, these, yeah, the ASMR memes are funny. I think unrelated, a little, no, not unrelated actually, somewhat related tangentially is like, I think the last time I clicked onto my YouTube analytics to see certain information, like what people were watching before they clicked on my content in their suggestion feed, and I saw there was like a percentage of people that there was a it was like 30% or 40% or somewhat that came from like ASMR, and it was like BF ASMR, and I thought that was kind of weird because I'm like, because if you were listening to that and then you clicked onto me, that's a shift. That's a sudden shift, I think, because I'm under no pretext or illusion to pretend like I know you, because I don't. You are all voices in my head as far as I'm concerned. So like as far as I'm concerned, I am the only thing that's real and none of you are real, and I think vice versa as well. As far as you're concerned, I am a figment of your imagination. We have dies in a car crash. Started the phone call and a lot of random car noises and screaming. Yeah, it's that type of thing. 30% views or 100% male views suspicious. Well, I mean, welcome to the 100% then. Yeah, welcome Kuma to the 100%. You're part of the 100% gang now. The statistics, I think since doing Class of 09, my statistics have been a bit more even. Now it's like a third are women now, or a third of the people who watch this are female. But the 100% meme still lives on in my soul, I think. Yampreg might be a targeted attack. My goal is for it to be 50-50. That's the ultimate goal, I think, because I think, or rather it to be balanced enough. It doesn't have to be 50-50 exactly, because I think if I lean too far into one or another, it tells me something about my, how do I say this? I want my audience to be as diverse as possible, because I think that enables the most interesting discussions. We're gonna discover YouTube because of Class of 09 actually. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that's like, so the growth from like 0% to 30 something percent was probably just all from the Class of 09 stream. Oh. So in that case, I need to stream more things that appeal to women, so I can get the balance up to 50. And then if it goes like higher than that, I need to stream something that appeals to men, and then just so, like to balance it out. That's what I need to do. That's the game plan. All right, I see. The Omegaverse. What is an Omegaverse? I don't know what that is. I gotta get it. Most people did. Most people got here because of Class of 09. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm way too sidetracked. I should be reading. I'm so sorry. I'm a little too sidetracked. These are, but you guys are giving me questions, and these questions may not be related, but I need to take them seriously too. Anyways, if the suggestion that occurs is at once accepted, we have uncritical thinking. Ooh, that's where it is. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for the notion of critical thinking inside Dewey's work. That was what I was looking for, and I think I found it here. If the suggestion that occurs is at once accepted, we have uncritical thinking. The minimum of reflection. To turn the thing over in mind, to reflect, means to hunt for additional evidence for new data that will develop the suggestion, and will either, as we say, bear it out, or else make obvious its absurdity and irrelevance. Given a genuine difficulty and a reasonable amount of analogous experience to draw upon, the difference par excellence, I think is how you pronounce it, between good and bad thinking is found at this point. Good and bad thinking, okay. The easiest way is to accept any suggestion that seems plausible and thereby bring to an end the condition of mental uneasiness. Reflective thinking is always more or less troublesome because it involves overcoming the inertia that inclines one to accept suggestions at their face value. It involves willingness to endure a condition of mental unrest and disturbance. Reflective thinking, in short, means judgment suspended during further inquiry, and suspense is likely to be somewhat painful. As we shall see later, the most important factor in the training of good mental habits consists in acquiring the attitude of a suspended conclusion, and in mastering the various methods of searching for new materials to corroborate or to refute the first suggestions that occur. To maintain the state of doubt and to carry on systematic and protracted inquiry, these are the essentials of thinking. To maintain the state of doubt, to carry on systematic and protracted inquiry. I see. I like that. I like that. The essentials of thinking. The essentials. Thoughts so far is I was a little confused by what he was setting up, but then in the summary he tied it all together. That made a lot of sense to me, and I like it. I like what he's cooking. I like it. This point of mental uneasiness is interesting. It's something I think about quite a bit as well. Part of why I've started to do these philosophy reading streams is, well, one, because I'm the first and last philosophy VTuber, so if I'm not doing it, then no one's gonna do it, right? Like I don't think this type of content in this way exists right now in the VTuber sphere, and I think I wanted to contribute to that. Secondly, it's kind of easy because it's basically just React content with a little more effort. Thirdly, however, is that reading philosophy oftentimes incurs a sort of mental uneasiness in people, and that's part of why people are turned off by it, and they only turn to it in times of distress, right, where there is already mental uneasiness and they're trying to resolve it. So they're not so much looking for the uneasiness that's present in the challenging critical thought and philosophy. They're just looking for the answer, the quick sort of how solve my current crisis, and I think statistics have shown that in times of stress, perhaps economically or and societally, in times of stress and in times of desperation, in times of uneasiness and doubt, and when times are bad, one can say, the demand for philosophy goes up. Philosophy is a little more popular when people are distressed for some reason. I don't know why, and I don't remember where this statistic is from specifically. I hope it's not just completely out of my ass, but I remember reading something like that. And so anyways, so this on this thing of a mental uneasiness, reading philosophy without being in that mental uneasiness space, it naturally will introduce it, right? Because if you're reading philosophy, it's shaking, or at least if you're reading a wide range and not just specifically what's in your echo chamber, you're reading a wide range of things that may challenge your perspective and challenge your pre-established understanding and ideas of certain things. And if that's the case, that is uncomfortable. That is a mental uneasiness. And I thought one of the ways to circumvent that or to combat that was to do reading streams where, well, I'm reading it, and hopefully it's a bit comforting because I'm playing. The BGM I'm picking is comforting. It's the Superliminal soundtrack, which was very comforting for me at least. And hopefully I'm reading it in a way where I'm not shouting it and I'm being very abrasive and loud and all of that, so that it's easier to digest and process. And if there is any uneasiness at any point, the reason why this is a live stream and not an audiobook strictly, right, is that you can ask me these questions while we do it. And then, even if I can't give you the perfect answer right away, we can kind of be uneasy and unsure together. And I think that sort of camaraderie, that sense of togetherness, helps tackle the biggest questions in existence, which philosophy tends to do. All in all, this idea of mental uneasiness, of truly thinking, that's philosophy, to me at least. And Dewey points it out as critical thinking here. I love that, and that's part of what I wanted to do here. Anyways, those are my thoughts overall on chapter 1. Sorry that took a little longer, because in between I was reading certain chat messages that pertain to certain questions that perhaps may be a little off topic, but I guided it that way, so it is really my fault. But anyways, we can move on to chapter 2 now. Let me hydrate a little bit. Chapter 2. The need for training thought. Oh. Okay. To expatiate upon the importance of thought would be absurd. The traditional definition of man as the thinking animal fixes thought that is the essential difference between man and the brutes. Surely an important matter. More relevant to our purpose is the question how thought is important. For an answer to this question will throw light upon the kind of training thought requires if it is to subserve its end. One, values of thought. Thought affords the sole method of escape from purely impulsive or purely routine action. A being without capacity for thought is moved only by instincts and appetites, as these are called forth by outward conditions and by the inner state of the organism. A being thus moved is, as it were, pushed from behind. This is what we mean by the blind nature of brute actions. The agent does not see or foresee the end for which he is acting, nor the results produced by his behaving in one way rather than in another. He does not know what he is about. Where there is thought, things present act as signs or tokens of things not yet experienced. A thinking being can accordingly act on the basis of the absent and the future, instead of being pushed into a mode of action by the sheer urgency of forces. Whether instincts or habits of which he is not aware, a reflective agent is drawn, to some extent at least, to action by some remoter object of which he is indirectly aware. An animal without thought may go into its hole when rain threatens because of some immediate stimulus to its organism. A thinking agent will perceive that certain given facts are probable signs of future rain, and will take steps in the light of this anticipated future. To plant seeds, to cultivate the soil, to harvest grain are intentional acts, possible only to a being who has learned to subordinate the immediately felt elements of an experience to those values which these hint at and prophesy. Philosophers have made much of the phrases book of nature, language of nature. Well, it is in virtue of the capacity of thought that given things are significant of absent things, and that nature speaks a language which may be interpreted. To a being who thinks, things are records of their past. As fossils tell of the prior history of the earth and are prophetic of their future, as from the present positions of heavenly bodies remote eclipses are foretold. Shakespeare's tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, expresses literally enough the power superadded to existence when they appeal to a thinking being. Upon the function of signification depend all foresight, all intelligent planning, deliberation, and calculation. By thought, man also develops and arranges artificial signs to remind him in advance of consequences. and of ways of securing and avoiding them. As the trait just mentioned makes the difference between savage man and brute, so this trait makes the difference between civilized man and savage. A savage who has been shipwrecked in a river may note certain things which serve him as signs of danger in the future. But civilized man deliberately makes such signs. He sets up in advance of wreckage warning buoys, and builds lighthouses where he sees signs that such events may occur. A savage reads weather signs with great expertness. Civilized man institutes a weather service by which signs are artificially secured and information is distributed in advance of the appearance of any signs that could be detected without special methods. A savage finds his way skillfully through a wilderness by reading certain obscure indications. Civilized man builds a highway which shows the road to all. The savage learns to detect the signs of fire and thereby to invent methods of producing flame. Civilized man invents permanent conditions for producing light and heat whenever they are needed. The very essence of civilized culture is that we deliberately erect monuments and memorials, lest we forget, and deliberately institute in advance of the happening of various contingencies and emergencies of life, devices for detecting their approach and registering their nature, for warding off what is unfavorable, or at least for protecting ourselves from its full impact and for making more secure and extensive what is favorable. All forms of artificial apparatus are intentionally designed to modifications of natural things in order that they may serve better than in their natural estate, to indicate the hidden, the absent, and the remote. Finally, thought confers upon physical events and objects a very different status and value from that which they possess to a being that does not reflect. These words are mere scratches, curious variations of light and shade. To one to whom they are not linguistic signs, to him for whom they are signs of other things, each has a definite individuality of its own, according to the meaning that it is used to convey. Exactly the same holds of natural objects. A chair is a different object to a being to whom it consciously suggests an opportunity for sitting down, repose, or sociable converse, from what it is to one to whom it presents itself merely as a thing to be smelled or gnawed or jumped over. A stone is different to one who knows something of its past history and its future use from what it is to one who only feels it directly through his senses. It is only by courtesy, indeed, that we can say that an unthinking animal experiences an object at all. So largely is anything that presents itself to us as an object made up by the qualities it possesses as a sign of other things. Is there anything, any questions so far? Let's see. Thinking about thoughts for sure is a headache. Making the think about thinking itself. Whack. Sounds very important though. True. It's something. The lighthearted thing that I can that your comment reminds me of is the fact that the brain named itself, or something along those lines. It's quite humorous. I find the humor in that. The librarian should do a Yap stream, TBH. I've done Yap streams quite a bit, but yeah, it's been a while since I've done them. I think it's been a month. I think for the first month I did a lot of Yap streams, and after that I slowly, because of certain things, had less time to Yap. I could do a Yap stream soon. Yes, I could. Not sure when. Maybe I could do one this week. Yes. I'll stream it I'll schedule it more in advance rather than just 15 minutes before it, and I'll have some topics in mind. I could do a Yap stream, yes. It's been a while. Should totally do a Yap stream, but I do enjoy hearing you read, though I barely understand what's going on. Failed all my philosophy classes and a beef with all my philosophy teachers. Failing philosophy classes and having beef with them is just the natural way of philosophy, okay? Philosophy is all about having beef with everyone who tries to educate it to you. But whether or not you're engaging with it depends on how much of the beef you're taking seriously, I suppose. Anyways. Always took art for electives. Sports my school curriculum was awful and all teachers so rude. Gave him the grade for that class and took pills to get through the class. That's horrible. I'm really sorry I had to go through that. Yeah, there's a lot of people who I think they're well-meaning, but they don't quite understand it when there's a sentiment some people share when they say, oh, philosophy should just be mandatory. Everyone should just do philosophy. It's super important. And I appreciate the sentiment because oftentimes philosophy is seen as a sort of useless subject, and this is the sort of knee-jerk response, oh, people are dumb and they need critical thinking. Philosophy will help with that. I think it's not quite the case. I think in the sense that you can still have bad philosophy classes, and as far as I'm concerned, philosophy as a class, like academic philosophy, isn't doing philosophy. It may help you in doing philosophy, but it's different in the sense that it's one thing to I suppose be in a poetry class, and it's another to be a poet. Do you know what I mean? And I think the value is in learning to be a poet. And I don't think you learn how quite necessarily how to be a poet in poetry class. You learn how to pass a poetry class in poetry class, because all they can assess you for is certain things that are marked by a rubric or a sheet, which is just unhelpful to me, at least. I hope that makes sense. It's not beef towards the academic side of things. It's just the academic side of things is not everything. Philosophy class, frankly speaking, is a bit divorced from actual philosophy. Though the not so good ones, at least. The good ones will incorporate it into it very well. Class didn't have enough people to be to cancel it in the years. Well, yeah, it happens. It's shrinking. It's getting less and less funding. It's all drying up. But that's just academia in general. It's not philosophy, especially short, because philosophy is not a real subject to most people. Only old guys for the abstracts. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, like philosophy classes are definitely well-intentioned, I think, but they're misguided. To me, I don't think you can really engage meaningfully with philosophy if it has to go under the pretext and guise of an industrialized, commodified educational degree. Because philosophy, if done right, should make you look at that and go, what the hell, I don't understand why this is put in this way. I need to challenge it. And that can't quite be perfectly articulated in a system where you know, it's think outside the box, but only in this, but little did you know, you just should be thinking in this bigger box. Pick it, you're free to pick any color you'd like as long as it's black. I don't know how they teach philosophy where you're from. I'm from Chile, but in here it's just memorizing stuff, which really doesn't mean a lot. Yeah. Critical thinking, yeah, but the thing is, critical thinking is not quite done very well. Oh, maybe I could do another stream tomorrow or the day after, where I read another piece on critical thinking. Perhaps a shorter one that's contemporary. I'm trying to think about how I would do that. Yeah, people who talk about critical thinking are oftentimes, the sentiment is well intentioned, but then it doesn't go much beyond, oh, people should be critical thinking more and stuff. Then how do you do it? Oh, you should get teachers to teach it in schools. Okay, well, how do they do that? Because if it's the same way we teach everything else, which is to have a bunch of things memorized, or perhaps have an essay question or whatever, but have it so that it's marked against a preset guideline, or have it so that signs of critical thought, of engagement, of criticality can be memorized and replicated in an exam environment, then what is the point? Because you're just going to, it's just going to be easier to game the system. Do you know what I mean? Especially with the advent of the internet and knowledge being so accessible to everyone, it's just not like it's just easier to game the system. If you want to teach critical thinking in any way, you can't properly assess it. So what do we do with that? And I think no one has thought about this problem yet, or no one has found a solution. Maybe some people have thought about this problem, but no one has found a solution yet, which may be dangerously close to doxing myself, but I'm going to just keep quiet and continue reading now. Anyways. Let's get back to it. An English logician, Mr. Venn. Oh, I believe he's referring to the guy who made the Venn diagram, right? Like that guy, I think, or that it was named after him at least. I don't know if he did it, but I think someone else did it and then named it after him, or I might be confusing it with another diagram of sorts. Anyways, an English logician, Mr. Venn, has remarked that it may be questioned whether a dog sees a rainbow any more than he apprehends the political constitution of the country in which he lives. The same principle applies to the kennel in which he sleeps and the meat that he eats. When he is sleepy, he goes to the kennel. When he is hungry, he is excited by the smell and color of meat. Beyond this, in what sense does he see an object? Certainly, he does not see a house, i.e. a thing with all the properties and relations of a permanent residence, unless he is capable of making what is present a uniform sign of what is absent, unless he is capable of thought. Nor does he see what he eats as meat unless it suggests the absent properties by virtue of which it is a certain joint of some animal and is known to afford nourishment. Just what is left of an object stripped of all such qualities of meaning we cannot well say. But we can be sure that the object is then a very different sort of thing from the objects that we perceive. There is moreover no particular limit to the possibilities of growth and the fusion of a thing as it is to sense and as it is to thought, or as a sign of other things. The child today soon regards as constituent parts of objects qualities that once it required the intelligence of a Copernicus or a Newton to apprehend. These various values of the power of thought may be summed up in the following quotation from John Stuart Mill. To draw inferences, he says, has been said to be the great business of life. Everyone has daily, hourly, and momentary need of ascertaining facts, which he has not directly observed, nor from any general purpose of adding to his stock of knowledge, but because the facts themselves are of importance to his interests or to his occupations. The business of the magistrate, of the military commander, of the navigator, of the physician, of the agriculturist, is merely to judge of evidence and to act accordingly. As they do this well or ill, so they discharge well or ill the duties of their several callings. It is the only occupation in which the mind never ceases to be engaged. 2. Importance of direction in order to realize these values. What a person has not only daily and hourly but momentary need of performing is not a technical and abstruse matter, nor, on the other hand, is it trivial and negligible. Such a function must be congenial to the mind, and must be performed in an unspoiled mind upon every fitting occasion. Just because, however, it is an operation of drawing inferences, of basing conclusions upon evidence, of reaching belief indirectly, it is an operation that may go wrong as well as right, and hence is one that needs safeguarding and training. The greater its importance, the greater are the evils when it is ill exercised. An earlier writer than Mill, John Locke, brings out the importance of thought for life and the need of training so that its best and not its worst possibilities will be realized in the following words. No man ever sets himself about anything but upon some view or other, which serves him for a reason for what he does. And whatsoever faculties he employs, the understanding with such light as it has, well or ill informed, constantly leads, and by that light, true or false, all his operative powers are directed. Temples have their sacred images, and we see what influences they have always had over a great part of mankind. But in truth, the ideas and images in men's minds are the invisible powers that constantly govern them, and to these they all, universally, pay a ready submission. It is therefore of the highest concernment that great care should be taken of the understanding, to conduct it aright in the search of knowledge, and in the judgment it makes. If upon thought hang all deliberate activities and the uses we make of all our other powers, Locke's assertion that it is of the highest concernment that care should be taken care of its conduct is a moderate statement. While the power of thought frees us from servile subjection to instinct, appetite, and routine, it also brings with it the occasion and possibility of error and mistake. In elevating us above the brute, it opens to us the possibility of failures to which the animal limited to instinct cannot sink. 3. Tendencies needing constant regulation. Up to a certain point, the ordinary conditions of life, natural and social, provide the conditions requisite for regulating the operations of inference. The necessities of life enforce a fundamental and persistent discipline for which the most cunningly devised artifices would be ineffective substitutes. It's a little confusing here. Let's see. The burnt child dreads the fire. The painful consequences emphasizes the need of correct inference much more than would learned discourse on the properties of heat. Interesting, okay. Social conditions also put a premium on correcting inferring in matters where action based on valid thought is socially important. These sanctions of proper thinking may affect life itself, or at least a life reasonably free from perpetual discomfort. The signs of enemies, of shelter, of food, of the main social conditions have to be correctly apprehended. But this disciplinary training, efficacious as it is within certain limits, does not carry us beyond a restricted boundary. Logical attainment in one direction is no bar to extravagant conclusions in another. A savage expert in judging signs of the movements and location of animals that he hunts will accept and gravely narrate the most preposterous yarns concerning the origin of their habits and structures. When there is no directly appreciable reaction of the inference upon the security and prosperity of life, there are no natural checks to the acceptance of wrong beliefs. Conclusions may be generated by a modicum of fact merely because the suggestions are vivid and interesting. A large accumulation of data may fail to suggest the proper conclusion because existing customs are averse to entertaining it. Independent of training, there is a primitive credulity which tends to make no distinction between what a trained mind calls fancy and that which it calls a reasonable conclusion. The face in the clouds is believed in as some sort of fact merely because it is forcibly suggested. Natural intelligence is no barrier to the propagation of error, nor large but untrained experience to the accumulation of fixed false beliefs. Errors may support one another mutually, and weave an ever larger and firmer fabric of misconception. Dreams, the positions of stars, the lines of the hand may be regarded as valuable signs, and the fall of cards as an inevitable omen, while natural events of the most crucial significance go disregarded. Beliefs in portents of various kinds, now mere nook and cranny superstitions, were once universal. A long discipline in exact science was required for this conquest. In the mere In the mere function of suggestion, there is no difference between the power of a column of mercury to pretend rain, and that of the entrails of an animal or the flight of birds to foretell the fortunes of war. For all anybody can tell in advance, the spilling of salt is as likely to import bad luck as the bite of a mosquito to import malaria. Only systematic regulation of the conditions under which observations are made and severe discipline of the habits of entertaining suggestions can secure a decision that one type of belief is vicious and the other sound. The substitution of scientific for superstitious habits of inference have not been brought about by any improvement in the acuteness of the senses or in the natural workings of the function of suggestion. It is the result of regulation of the conditions under which observation and inference take place. It is instructive to note some of the attempts that have been made to classify the main sources of error in reaching beliefs. Francis Bacon, for example, at the beginnings of modern scientific inquiry, enumerated 4 such classes under the somewhat fantastic title of idols. Greek, what's the word in Greek? Idola, images. Spectral forms that allure the mind into false paths. These he called the idols or phantoms of the A, tribe, B, the marketplace, C, the cave or den, and D, the theater. Or, less metaphorically, A, standing erroneous methods, or at least temptations to error, that have their roots in human nature generally. B, those that come from intercourse and language. C, those that are due to causes peculiar to a specific individual. And finally D, those that have their sources in the fashion or general current of a period. Classifying these causes of fallacious belief somewhat differently, we may say that 2 are intrinsic and 2 are extrinsic. Of the intrinsic, one is common to all men alike, such as the universal tendency to notice instances that corroborate a favorite belief more readily than those that contradict it, while the other resides in the specific temperament and habits of the given individual. Of the extrinsic, one proceeds from generic social conditions, like the tendency to suppose that there is a fact wherever there is a word, and no fact where there is no linguistic term, while the other proceeds from local and temporary social currents. Locke's method of dealing with typical forms of wrong belief is less formal and maybe more enlightening. We can hardly do better than quote his forcible and quaint language. When enumerating different classes of men, he shows different ways in which thought goes wrong. 1. The first is of those who seldom reason at all, but do and think according to the example of others, whether parents, neighbors, ministers, or who else they are pleased to make choices of, to have an implicit faith in, for the saving of themselves the pains and troubles of thinking and examining for themselves. 2. This kind is of those who put passion in the place of reason, and being resolved that shall govern their actions and arguments, neither use their own nor hearken to other people's reason, any farther than it suits their humor, interest, or party. 3. The third sort is of those who readily and sincerely follow reason, but for want of having that which one may call large, sound, roundabout sense, have not a full view of all that relates to the question. They converse but with one sort of men, they read but one sort of books, they will not come in the hearing of one sort of notions. They have a pretty traffic with known correspondence in some little creek, but will not venture out into the great ocean of knowledge. Men of originally equal nature or natural parts may finally arrive at very different stores of knowledge and truth, when all the odds between them has been the different scope that has been given to their understandings to range in, for the gathering up of information and furnishing their heads with the ideas and notions and observations whereon to employ their mind. Okay. Pause here. I'm going to pause here for a little bit to see if anyone has any questions. Let's see. You can tell chat is struggling to understand what this is all about. It's okay. This is it's a little confusing, but you can always come back to it and reread it. And otherwise you can just ignore it and fall asleep to it. I think that works too. Just fine. Either way, that is good, right? What I don't want is like, if you are watching the stream and you're like annoyed by it or something, and you don't like you vehemently disagree with the premise of it, in which case you probably disagree with the. I mean, I'm the librarian. I'm the last librarian of Alexandria, the first and last philosopher of VTuber. I think if you disagreed with this type of stream, you would probably disagree with the premise of the whole channel. So I imagine that's not very likely. QWERTY says, "Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on." It's okay. It's a little confusing, as philosophy tends to be. Although this is more contemporary philosophy, so it's not even that confusing relative to the body of work that is the historical. The history of philosophy, but you know. We like the librarian's voice and simply do not have the mental capacity to understand this word. It's okay. I'm struggling to understand this too. Like I'm with you, all right. I'm reading it and I think I'm getting the gist of it, but I'm finding it difficult to really understand everything and to synthesize it with what I know already. So I'm just kind of, I'm allowing it to simmer in my head, which I think you should all try to do as well if you find it confusing. Don't stress too much about not understanding it the first time. That's my tip, right? Don't stress too much about not understanding it the first time around, the second time around, the third time around. This is philosophy. There's been thousands and thousands of years to think about this stuff, and this is like a condensation of the thousands of years of human thought. You are not meant to understand this in the first reading. And if you do, then, well, you should feel very good about it. But if you don't, then it's very normal. It's giving sleep time. Sleep if you must. Sleep if you must. And come back once you are awake. So we're gonna hear a pretty voice there, guys. Thank you. That's good. It's good that you are staying anyways to absorb this passively. It's better to absorb this passively than to not absorb it at all, right? This is determinism, question mark? We have our pattern of thinking, and breaking it requires thinking, which is in the pattern something something. So what he's getting at so far, and he's sort of going, he wants to sort of address and expand upon what Locke is thinking. But what Dewey has established earlier on is that there is thought, the word we use commonly to denounce to represent thinking, is used in different ways, and he makes a distinction between this sort of instinctual, maybe even animalistic thinking versus a very conscious, self-reflective, civilized perhaps thinking. He makes a difference between civilized and civilization and savages, which is something of his time. I think if I were to write it, it would be a little different, but I understand what he was going for. I hate philosophy. How is it not all BS? Honest question. I hate philosophy too. So, philosophy at large, I think this is of course an opinion that is biased within someone who has spent a lot of time with it, right? But if you endeavor far enough into anything in your life, anything, if you are endeavoring far enough into anything, intellectually speaking, you will arrive at the philosophy of it. And so we, over the thousands and thousands of years of endeavoring into everything that we have endeavored into, have boiled down the furthest distances we've covered, and we've grouped it all together, and maybe we've separated it into different fields, subfields in it, but we call this whole thing philosophy, and that's why it's so confusing. It is meant to be. This is the summation of human achievement. So if you don't understand it, or if you're initially turned off by it, that is completely understandable. Because frankly speaking, you're catching up on thousands of years of history. Not just history, sorry. You're catching up in thousands of years of thought. And it's not just you, it's me too. I am also catching up alongside you. Frankly speaking, among the realm of librarians, although I may be the last one, I am certainly not the most well-informed and well-read one. So don't worry. How is it not all BS though, is your question? I would say it's... some of it is BS in the sense that it's kind of wrong. It's just plain wrong, right? But if it has a mark in the history of philosophy, most likely, even if it is wrong, or perhaps because it is wrong, it is actually usefully wrong in the right way, so that it's perhaps common pitfalls, or maybe like this is just to show you what was the beginning of this line of thought and how far we've come. You know, it's sort of like a relic of its time, perhaps, that is still helpful in understanding what it is now. So it's not all BS in that it's not all valueless. I think philosophy is valuable. It's just the way it is valuable is different, substantially different from the way other things are valuable. Like, man, I do better with medieval. It's all God's grace and good is all, and we're part of all. Yeah, medieval philosophy tends to be like that, and it's made a lot easier. Or they introduced philosophy back in high school and none of us understood. Yeah, I also think they did a poor job of introducing it if you didn't understand it, because I think the spirit of philosophy is not too difficult to understand. The spirit of philosophy, my philosophy of the spirit of philosophy, or at least engaging philosophically, right, is being uncomfortable. Sorry, it entails being in a state of discomfort. But what that state is it's a state of uncertainty and an active pursuit of quelling this uncertainty without resorting to what is the same, because that is what creates uncertainty in the first place. Let me put it in another way. It is, you know, in order to do anything in life, you need to have some ground to stand on. In order to think about anything, there needs to be common, like a premise, an agreed upon thing. And philosophy is when that premise, that very thing that you stand on, that you've built this whole Jenga tower of knowledge, of familiarity, philosophy, or at least engaging in philosophy, or at least engaging philosophically in something, is when the bottom of that Jenga tower is being shaken. And that is very scary. That is very scary. Because if it's shaken, you don't know what if it crumbles and falls. Everything I know is like, it's gone, right? Well, that's philosophy. And so there's a natural aversion to it that people have, which I completely understand. You should advertise the stream as sleep stream just to exploit the algorithm. I don't know how I would do that. Do I just, like, instead of like the brackets being VTuber reads philosophy, I feel like VTuber reads philosophy implies a sense of sleep already. Maybe I'll just do sleeping stream black bracket in front of the VTuber reads philosophy bracket. Maybe I'll do that. I'll figure out how to game the algorithm in some other way. Savages, rarely even human. Separating the meanings of thought and then those parts and how they work. Yeah, that's kind of how this tango is gone about. What kind of philosophy is wrong? Oh, good question. Okay. This is a spicy take. Because, or this is a rather difficult thing to approach with, because part of the spirit of philosophy is like, or part of the philosophy that is seen from the outside perspective is everyone's arguing with each other because everyone believes in different things, and it's like philosophy is useless because arguments are never resolved and people are always disagreeing and there's never like a conclusion out of any argument. I don't think that's true. I think the history of philosophy, even in like contemporary philosophy, has moved on so that like although we can respect the philosophy that is there, and we still teach it, and it's important to teach it and know it, we generally agree there's something wrong with it. Maybe not everything, but something. For example, one of my favorite things ever to think about is Cartesian skepticism. And Cartesian skepticism is throughout the field. It's famously the 101. Like when you go to a philosophy 101 in like a college or university or whatever, a higher institution of education, they tend to start with Descartes, Cartesian skepticism. You know, I know that I know nothing. Sorry, that's Socrates. I'm an idiot. I just said the wrong thing. Cogito ergo sum is what they start with. Pretend I didn't say that. But what they kind of begin with is this Cartesian skepticism, which you quickly kind of move on from or not quickly, you move on from after a few lectures, because then you get to the angle where, oh, it's obviously untrue, or obviously it's not. Okay, I have to actually explain it. So briefly, I've explained this in my Meaning of Life video, which is just a cut of the stream I did. So if you're interested, please go watch that. I do a brief explanation of Cartesian skepticism. But in short, it's this idea that what if nothing was real? What if you were dreaming right now? Right, you know, maybe the film Inception is a pop culture thing that comes to mind. That's sort of like that, right? What if everything was fake? What if you were dreaming? What if you were inside a dream right now, right? And then in other words, he does another conception of it. What if your brain was in a vat and a jar and there were cables connected to it to simulate brain activity? So you think you're living life and you think you're watching on your phone or on your laptop or on your computer setup, whatever it is you're using to watch this VTuber live stream, what if none of that was real and you were actually just a brain in a jar? It's that idea. And so so you can never know for sure, right? You could always be dreaming, and you would only know if you were dreaming when you wake up. That's how it works, right? So the core of it that Descartes walks away with, he was trying to sort of come away with what we can know for sure, and he was a staunch at he was a skeptic. He is the Cartesian skeptist, right? So he went, or skeptic, sorry. So he went, okay, even if I was dreaming right now and nothing around me was real, even if I was a brain in a jar and there were like things plugged into the jar that I couldn't quite understand or comprehend, there's one thing I know for sure, right? He says, I know that I exist. Why? Because I am thinking about this. I am conceiving of this question. I am, I'm having this crisis. I am having this crisis. Surely something has to be having this crisis, right? And that something is me, and so I exist. And so I think, therefore I am. Cogito ergo sum. That's where that's from. That's the 101. Everyone's very familiar. Everyone who's taken like an intro philosophy class is probably familiar with this. I just wanted to restate it. That is famously wrong, or at least famously, nobody's really too much of a Cartesian skeptic. No one's really a solipsist in that sense. People generally believe that they live in reality and they exist. And philosophers that have come in his time, before his time and after his time, still think that. But his work was really interesting because it was really difficult to immediately. What he was trying to say wasn't that, oh, what you are living in a dream, it's that you couldn't prove that you were in a dream. You couldn't prove that you were not in a dream. At least that was his argument, right? And so there's work before and after that and most of it disagrees with him. A lot of philosophy doesn't expand on the idea that the only thing you know is that you exist. Like they work on things like, you know that other people exist, right? For example. That's something to know too. You know that probably, the tomorrow will happen and the sun will rise and things like that, But even though he is, very much disagreed with in the realm of academic philosophy and philosophy in general, so in that sense he is sort of wrong, he's taught a lot. And I think it's good that he's being taught. I think Cartesian skepticism is a great way to introduce people to philosophy. So I think it works out. But yeah, that is a kind of, sorry, that was a little long. I'm sorry if that was a sort of long-winded explanation, but that's why that's why there's some kinds of philosophy can be regarded as wrong, but that's what I mean when I say that. Damn guys, I'm actually starting to fall asleep. Please feel free to fall asleep if it is your bedtime. We will miss you, that's fine, but you can always show up in the next stream or come back to the VOD or even leave a comment. I will read those. Because not many people leave comments. Of course I'm going to read those. Like, what else am I going to be reading? I think it's interesting, but someone says, I can't read your name, sorry, but I think you're new here as well, so welcome. I think it's interesting, but I overthink a lot about everything since I was little, so too much, and I get tired. But I think it's so important to question yourself and your morals. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, I agree. It's important to question yourself and your morals, of course. And here's something I would like to offer as well, as an unpopular opinion, perhaps, because it's one I haven't been able to articulate very well. But the term overthink is a little deceptive to me. I think it's deceptive in that the word implies that it's too much. Right? It's overthinking. You're overdoing it. You are overcompensating. You are over analyzing. You're over something. Like it's too much of something, and and it implies that it would be better as a value judgment. It would be better if there was less of that. If you did less of it. I think the solution to overthinking or the problems of overthinking isn't actually to think less, it's to think clearly. So when people overthink, in my experience, right, and I overthink too sometimes, and overthink quote unquote in that sense of the word, I think in loops. I worry about things that are unlikely to happen, and then I try to consciously plan out what I would do if those negative things that are unlikely but yet nonetheless somewhat possible. I tend to spend a lot of time thinking about it when I could just, you know, frankly speaking, spend more time planning for what is most likely to happen. And when I say, you know, the solution to overthinking is not to think less, it's to think clearly, what I mean is overthinking tends to just actually mean thinking in a loop, not that you're really thinking too much. Certainly, here's how I would put it. It doesn't matter how fast you run if you're just running around in circles. And overthinking is running really fast and spending a lot of energy running, but you're running in a circle. And what we need to do instead is spend that energy, likewise, maybe a little less energy, but running in a direction that makes sense, so to speak. That is productive, that is helpful, that is something that is will not just be in a loop, you know, because if it's in a circle, it's not, you're not doing anything, you're just exhausting yourself for no reason. So I think that when we think of when we say overthinking, I think what we really mean is that we're thinking in a loop. And I think that distinction is important because overthinking implies that you're doing it too much, and the solution is to not think. And I think that's not good. Not thinking is not the solution. So the simulation troop and stuff. Yeah, sort of. Like exactly, like the living in the simulation. Isn't that the same shit Andrew Tate says, break out of the Matrix? Andrew Tate does have some spicy comments on matrices and taking the pill. You know what's funny is a lot of the Andrew Tate type people like to spout that idea, the idea of the Matrix, but it's like, they don't know where that's from. The media was written by a woman, I believe. I think was also very progressive and had progressive ideas in their work and their media, which is a good. But like the complete idea of the Matrix has just been reappropriated entirely by these the Tate likes, if you will, the Tate likes. Wrong philosophy is the deciding one without change and adaptation ? I was also thinking of Descartes. Remember his perfect method of rationing or something. Yeah, but so yeah. When I say wrong philosophy, I mean it in hyperbole, right? In a superlative sense. I mean wrong. I mean bad. Like I mean it in a superlative sense. I thought David Chalmers put great limits on the ability to know the consciousness of others. Oh, okay, so I read Chalmers. I'm not familiar with everything Chalmers has done, but I read his Reality Plus, and I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a little simple, and I thought he was a bit too. He was a bit too. Simulation. He leaned too far into the simulations and the tech and the AI stuff. I think he was a bit too charitable for that type of thing in philosophy. But he nonetheless, in that book, at least that I read it, I think it was Reality Plus, he does a good job doing the intro 101s to some of the issues. Although, albeit I think with a little less nuance than I would like personally for some of the arguments he makes with it. It was overall a good read, yeah. I once pulled out the Sword and Age of Reflection so bad. Every time I go back to the book. You're right, I need to go back to the book. Last comments. Easier to go on with life, not questioning every single person around you in every situation. But I believe we need to improve specifically for ourselves and for the people around us. That's true, yeah. And questioning, you need to question your questioning too. Like if you're just going on being suspicious of every person, you're just being, you're being skeptical. You're not being skeptical of your skepticism. You're not thinking about your thinking. In other words. And so in that sense, I would say if you're going around just questioning people incessantly without questioning your own questioning, without really reflecting on what you do, then, well, you're not really thinking. It becomes mere instinct in that sense to just be skeptical of everything. Thinking is to synthesize this skepticism with a healthy amount of perhaps trust in reality in our world. Which I think Dewey would agree. John Dewey, the person who wrote this book that I'm reading now and for this reading stream that I should be reading. Along with the lines of Locke, although there are some things that Locke put here that I'm not sure I completely agree with. I think he's overall picking up some salient points too. Let's see what he's putting out, or expanding upon it. In another portion of his writings, Locke states the same ideas in slightly different form. That which is inconsistent with our principles is so far from passing for probable with us that it will not be allowed possible. The reverence borne to these principles is so great, and their authority so paramount to all other, that the testimony, not only of other men, but the evidence of our own senses are often rejected. When they offer to vouch anything contrary to these established rules, there is nothing more ordinary than children receiving into their minds propositions from their parents, nurses, or those about them, which, being insinuated in their unwary as well as unbiased understandings and fastened by degrees, are at last, and this whether true or false, riveted there by long custom and education, beyond all possibility of being pulled out again. For men, when they are grown up, reflecting upon their opinions and finding those of this sort to be as ancient in their minds as their very memories, not having observed their early insinuation, nor by what means they got them, they are apt to reverence them as sacred things, and not to suffer them to be profaned, touched, or questioned. They take them as standards to be the great and unerring deciders of truth and falsehood, and the judges to which they are to appeal in all manners of controversy. Secondly, next to these are men whose understandings are cast into a mold, and fashioned just to the size of a received hypothesis. Such men, Locke goes on to say, while not denying the existence of facts and evidence, cannot be convinced by the evidence that would decide them, if their minds were not so closed by adherence to fixed belief. Predominant passions. Thirdly, probabilities which cross men's appetites and prevailing passions run the same fate. Let ever so much probability hang on one side of a covetous man's reasoning and money on the other, it is easy to foresee which will outweigh. Earthly minds, like mud walls, resist the strongest batteries. Authority. The fourth and last wrong measure of probability I shall take notice of, and which keeps in ignorance or error more people than all the others together, is the giving up our assent to the common received opinions, either of our friends or party, neighborhood or country. Both Bacon and Locke make it evident that over and above the sources of misbelief that reside in the natural tendencies of the individual, like those toward hasty and too far-reaching conclusions, social conditions tend to instigate and confirm wrong habits of thinking by authority, by conscious instruction, and by the even more insidious half-conscious influences of language, imitation, sympathy, and suggestion. Education has accordingly not only to safeguard an individual against the besetting, erroneous tendencies of his own mind, his rashness, presumption, and preference of what chimes with self-interest to objective evidence, but also to undermine and destroy the accumulated and self-perpetuating prejudices of long ages. When social life in general has become more reasonable, more imbued with rational conviction and less moved by stiff authority and blind passion, educational agencies may be more positive and constructive than at present, for they will work in harmony with the educative influence exercised willy-nilly by other social surroundings upon an individual's habits of thought and belief. At present, the work of teaching must not only transform natural tendencies into trained habits of thought, but must also fortify the mind against irrational tendencies current in the social environment, and help displace erroneous habits already produced. I like this bit. He sort of ties it in, or I like it because it starts to make sense to me, as he's like an educational philosopher, that he ties it in that, all this to say about thinking. The work of teaching must not only transform these natural tendencies into trained habits, so there's already the work that needs to be done here, but also fortify the mind against irrational tendencies current in the social environment. And what's interesting is I kind of agree with this too. I think I agree with this wholeheartedly. But he also speaks of this rational and mediated thought versus a passion, which Soren Kierkegaard in the last reading stream I did, the two streams ago, Kierkegaard mentions how we must be in an age of passion. As a philosopher, as a thinker, and I think that's really interesting. There's a sort of battle between them, perhaps. One that I think I want to synthesize, but I'm not sure how to yet. Any questions or previous discussion points? By the way, usually when my friends take interest in philosophy but don't know where to start or if it will actually be interesting, I recommend to show The Good Place. It's funny, simple, and good. Yeah, The Good Place is a good recommendation. The Good Place is one of the few pop philosophy things I believe is actually good. That is pop. It is pop philosophy, but it is actually good. I myself though have yet to actually watch it. I know it's weird. The philosopher VTuber has not watched The Good Place. It's strange. Maybe we'll do a watch along. Maybe we'll do a watch along for membership. Who knows? Anyways, yeah, that could be a good place to start. Yeah, he said Willy. He said willy-nilly, which is interesting as that doesn't, it sounds kind of like an old-timey phrase, but we still use that now, I think, or some people, maybe those who are 60 will use it. I don't know. Anyways. Oh, we're not, I say it. I say it. Am I old? I'm not that old. Mayhaps I might not be that old. I'm the ripe age of 60. Who knows? I'm tossing these ideas out for membership because recently I looked more into it. As we crossed the threshold of 200, I began to give membership some thought, as it kind of plays a pivotal role in how VTubers work it. So we'll see how that works. We'll see. A good place gets Sliver and seal approval, reaching the heights of Vsauce. True. Vsauce is also my seal approval. If you need something else to help begin, like maybe not philosophy, but just like someone to cross the threshold of entertainment and thought, I really recommend Vsauce, and especially his YouTube Red series, which is now free, called Mindfield. There's like 3 seasons of it, and it's like the greatest thing that YouTube Red has produced. It's the greatest thing. And it's been made free. Why? Because Michael Stevens, the host of Vsauce, is the GOAT, and he recognizes that education should be free for all, and he made it free forever. I think it's forever. If not, you can pirate it. Either way, it's very accessible. But I would do that. He did a thing with the trolley problem, which is super exciting. You can go watch that as well, if you haven't already. He has an episode where he gets people to actually do the trolley problem in real life, and that's so exciting because it's not just the philosophy of it, which is already interesting enough, but the psychology of it as well, which I also think it's just like, these things they shouldn't be regarded as separate things. I think there's so much overlap between philosophy and everything. It's a shame not to talk about those things that it overlaps with, and to just examine it in isolation. Barry wants education to be a battle royale, free for all. That's what it is right now, isn't it? That's not true, actually. No, it's not. Right now, it's more inclined. It leans more towards the elite social class, which is a little disappointing. It's very skewed. What is the hardest philosophy you've read? This seems intense. Can't imagine it's all like this. Wow. Okay, interesting question. It depends on what you mean by I have read, because I've tried to read certain things that I just could not understand. Like, or rather, I was just like, okay, maybe later. One of my earliest memories is being at a library, not the Library of Alexandria, but it was in another library, and I remember, I think I watched the video of Kantian ethics, Immanuel Kant. So I thought, oh, okay, I want to read this guy. So I picked up Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and it was a bit younger. I picked it up, and I was on page 1, and I read the words, and I think individually the words kind of made sense, but then when I read the sentence, it stopped making sense to me. And like little me, I was trying to parse it over and over again. I was stuck on page 1, and then I fell asleep. And I actually just fell asleep at the library, and somebody had to wake me up and to remind me that I couldn't do that. And I said, yes, but I'm reading the Critique of Pure Reason. And then they were like, okay, that's understandable. So that was like the earliest memory of that. I think if I were to read it now, I would be able to read it a bit more now. Because it has been years since then. I had a fellow librarian of mine try to introduce me into Alfred Whitehead, I think, who was probably the most difficult. He had work, because he expands on the work of like Hegel, and Hegel is a philosopher well known for being unreadable. Like, he is most well known, like Hegel, this thinker, right? He is most well known, infamously, in the sphere of philosophy, which is already has this reputation of being ambiguous and abstract and impossible to understand. He has a reputation in this sphere to be unreadable because of how weird, because of how difficult his like writing, like how unintuitive his writing is. So that would probably be like the hardest thing I would read now. I would try to read now. The hardest thing I have read that I understood, probably, that I think I understood at least, is let me think. Friedrich Nietzsche. Yeah, he's also one. He's known as a philosopher that's very misunderstood a lot in the space. But I think I get him. I think I have the right reading on him, even though everyone who's read him says that, and they all get into arguments and debates with each other. I think I have the core of it down, at least, and that makes it so that he's also the hardest thing I've read, because so many people disagree on what he actually said. Personally, The Good Place is my comfort show because the characters are interesting and it's so easy to get. Stuff, the ending is so emotional. I recommend it. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it for sure. I'd appreciate it even if it was just pop philosophy, right? Even if it was just little bit surface level, because I think that's important. I think good pop philosophy is important to get people a step into, the philosophy. Thank you for the questions, everyone. We shall continue reading. On to 4. Regulation transforms inference into proof. Let me just have some tea. Thinking is important because, as we have seen, it is that function in which given or ascertained facts stand for, or indicate others which are not directly ascertained. But the process of reaching the absent from the present is peculiarly exposed to error. It is liable to be influenced by almost any number of unseen and unconsidered causes: past experience, received dogmas, the stirring of self-interest, the arousing of passion, sheer mental laziness, a social environment steeped in biased traditions or animated by false expectations, and so on. The exercise of thought is, in the literal sense of that word, inference. By it, one thing carries us over to the idea of and belief in another thing. It involves a jump, a leap, a going beyond what is surely known to something else accepted on its warrant. Unless one is an idiot, one simply cannot help having all things and events suggest other things not actually present, nor can one help a tendency to believe in the latter on the basis of the former. The very inevitableness of the jump, the leap to something unknown, only emphasizes the necessity of attention. Excuse me, that was too much tea. My apologies. Necessity of attention to the conditions under which it occurs, so that the danger of a false step may be lessened and the probability of a right landing increased. Such attention consists in regulation, 1 of the conditions under which the function of suggestion takes place, and 2 of the conditions under which credence is yielded to the suggestions that occur. Inference, controlled in these 2 ways, the study of which in detail constitutes one of the chief objects of this book, forms proof. To prove a thing means primarily to try, to test it. The guest bidden to the wedding feast excused himself because he had to prove his oxen. Exceptions are said to prove a rule, i.e. they furnish instances so extreme that they try in the severest fashion its applicability. If the rule will stand such a test, there is no good reason for further doubting it. Not until a thing has been tried out, in colloquial language, do we know its true worth. Till then it may be pretense, a bluff. But the thing that has come out victorious in a test or trial of strength carries its credentials with it. It is approved because it has been proved. Its value is clearly evinced, shown, i.e. demonstrated. So it is with inferences. The mere fact that inference in general is an invaluable function does not guarantee, nor does it even help out, the correctness of any particular inference. Any inference may go astray, and as we have seen, there are standing influences ever ready to assist its going wrong. What is important is that every inference shall be a tested inference. Or, since often this is not possible, that we shall discriminate between beliefs that rest upon tested evidence and those that do not, and shall be accordingly on our guard as to the kind and degree of assent yielded. While it is not the business of education to prove every statement made, any more than to teach every possible item of information, it is its business to cultivate deep-seated and effective habits of discriminating tested beliefs from mere assertions, guesses, and opinions. To develop a lively, sincere, and open-minded preference for conclusions that are properly grounded, and to ingrain into the individual's working habits methods of inquiry and reasoning appropriate to the various problems that present themselves. No matter how much an individual knows as a matter of hearsay and information, if he has not attitudes and habits of this sort, he is not intellectually educated. He lacks the rudiments of mental discipline. And since these habits are not a gift of nature, no matter how strong the aptitude for acquiring them, since, moreover, the casual circumstances of the natural and social environment are not enough to compel their acquisition, the main office of education is to supply conditions that make for their cultivation. The formation of these habits is the training of mind. Okay. So here in this, of course, in this last paragraph as well, he ties it back to education. It is not the business of education to prove every statement. It is its business to cultivate deep-seated and effective habits of discriminating tested beliefs from mere assertions, guesses, and opinions. So, he's arguing that, education, this is what it's about. It should be to cultivate these effective habits for distinguishing between beliefs from mere assertions and guesses and opinions. To develop lively, sincere, and open-minded preference for conclusions that are properly grounded, and to ingrain into the individual habits for inquiry and reasoning. I think that's good. It's to sort of develop he describes an environment as well as a learner in that environment, I suppose. No matter how much an individual knows as a matter of hearsay and information. So he's here saying, like, no matter how much you know, how much information you have, how much knowledge you have, if you don't have any attitudes and habits of this sort, of this reasoning, of this rational thinking, you are not intellectually educated. You lack the rudiments of mental discipline. And since these are not a gift of nature, so he's saying that he's asserting that these things don't just happen, you know, they just don't just happen naturally. And since the casual circumstances of the natural and social are not enough to compel their acquisition, education needs to do this. It needs to supply the conditions that make for the cultivation of thinking, of this critical thinking. And the formation of these habits is the training of mind. That's what he says. That's what he advocates for. Let me scroll back up a bit, because I remember in the middle we had some detours. Courtesy of me being distracted. Right, so the whole thesis of this is the necessity of the training of the thought, which I kind of came into this reading agreeing anyways, so I can't say I've been super critical of it. Maybe I'm not sure about what Locke has to say here necessarily, what Locke says in general, I guess. Where is it? Yeah, this, when he says this kind is of those who put passion in the place of reason, I think he's not doing it explicitly per se, but he's sort of implicitly disapproving of this passion, which I'm not sure I agree with. I think the passion, rather than it being either or, passion or reason, and him saying we need to replace, like, people replace reason with passion and that's bad, implying that it should be the other way around. I think there should be both. And right now, there's people who suffer both from just deliberating entirely from their passions, and those who also deliberate entirely from their reason. Those who are within the sphere of education, I think, fall into the too much reasoning, and they're too disconnected from what they're working with. And I think those who are not educated, those who are of a window of anti-intellectualism that's come out in this sort of post-truth society that we live in, I think they live in that passion as well. And I think that the solution isn't one or the other. I think there needs to be a synthesis of the both, which may seem to be at odds with each other, but I don't think is the case. For example, I think I encourage a healthy approach of both, but that's what I think of myself, and I think highly of myself, so it may not be very apt. Overall, though, those are my thoughts on chapter 2 so far. I like it. I wouldn't have needed this chapter for me to buy into the rest of his arguments, because I'm already invested in this type of thing, but it's good that he lays this out, so it's like a proper understanding and defense of what is in me already a bias already had, which is good. So, what does everyone think? What's everyone's thoughts so far? On a positive side note, I'm learning many new words. My English is in shambles right now. I mean, it being in shambles is evident that it's not that bad because you know the word shambles, which is not an easy word. But yeah, learning new words is good too. Damn, we're going back to the idea of discipline from Aristotle. Is this Aristotelian discipline? I'm not sure. I think there might be elements of it. I'll have to put a pin on that, but it's a good shout. What is this unholy streaming time? Yeah. Things are not okay in the library, and I am dying, so I have tea with me, and I'm currently living in very unholy, degenerate hours, as are several people here that should be going to sleep. Some of you should be asleep right now for whatever you have tomorrow, school or work or whatever. You should be asleep, and you should go to sleep and use this as, hopefully you should use this as sleeping aid. Anyways, yes, this is unholy as hell. Anyways, Kobe asks, Dewey's metaphysics based or cringe? His metaphysics. Oh, that's a good question. I'm not familiar enough with his metaphysics to make judgment, but if I had to throw all nuance away and just instinctively with my gut say cringed or base, I think it's it leans more towards cringe than it does based. Purely his metaphysics. But I think he's definitely cooking with his methodology though, and his. Actually, no, I don't know. I think it leans more towards based. I don't think it's super based, but I think it leans into the based department. Wait, let me think. No, it's a good question. Let me think. I'll have to think about it a bit more. I think it leans a little bit towards the cringe in that he speaks from a certain perspective of the world that I think is a good heuristic, but not like extremely well founded upon, but he doesn't really focus on that much. He just kind of uses the heuristic as a launching pad for his philosophy of education, which I think can work with this heuristic, and irrespective of the metaphysical contents of his work. But yeah, that's what I would say for now. I haven't read enough of him, so I can't give a good opinion on this. Sleeping's for the weak, never asleep, and as you can see, I remain perfectly reasonable and not sick at all. Well, I sleep a lot and I'm still not perfectly reasonable, and I'm still kind of sick. The brain categorizes philosophers in based leaning, cringe, aims for the hip and cool audience. Is this getting through to you kids yet, please? I hope I am speaking in your words. I hope it resonates with you. You're totally right. His idea of nature's pretty ungrounded, I think. I've read like 4 sentences myself. So you've read maybe a little more than I have. Oh, God. Anyways, those are my thoughts on chapter 2. I like it. I like what he's doing with it. And I like it enough that I think I want to do more reading streams, I'm not sure. On like this book specifically, because we're not going to finish this book today, but I might continue this, do a continuation. Love a stream where you rank all known philosophers. Ooh, philosopher tier list. That would be a stream I could do in the future, but not now. I will need help. But I might. That is an idea I will float around in my head. Your cool and hip language always makes me understand what is going on. Brackets lying. Don't worry, me too. Part of philosophy is just pretending like you understand, and then just like sitting with the words long enough that one day you'll be like, oh, okay, that's what that means. I remember I had a good teacher, professor, who asserted that we would not walk away from the course understanding what is being taught until like 10 years later. He was like, you're just not going to understand this. Like, if you think you understand this, you're probably wrong, and you're overconfidently wrong. You will only really begin to understand it. The words will begin to resonate in 2 years. They'll begin to make sense in 5 years, and maybe in 10 years you'll know it. Is what he said. It was a course on, I think it was on Plato. But yeah, I think that resonated with me as well. And I think I remember thinking that it was bullshit, because I was like, no, I get it now, when I was like going through it. But then years later, I was like, no, I was wrong. Now I get it. And then years later after that, I was like, no, now I understand. And then I saw his point. I woke up like half an hour ago, so I'm going back to bed now. Bye. Really nice stream. We'll go back to watch from the start. Okay. Good night. Have a good sleep. Have a good dreams. Goodbye and have a good night. Someone with a new name asks, hello, welcome. How do you implement ideas from books to not forget them? How do you implement ideas from books to not forget them? You mean like how do I internalize it myself? I do this thing where I accept the reality that I will forget some things. And what I do is I just I'm okay with forgetting some things, which is kind of weird, right? Because you're kind of pushed into a system, especially academically, to always remember everything, to work it out perfectly. But I think the reality of the situation is you can always look stuff up nowadays, at least, unless it's like for a test, in which case, you know, I guess you have to commit to the rote memorization. But to me, that's stupid anyway, so I don't care and I don't do it. Which I guess speaks to my personality. But my fear, I do have a fear of forgetting certain important things. But if I'm reading something and at the moment I'm like, this is super important, I need to remember this, I'll just read it a few times. Like I'll go back and read the set paragraph again, and I'll read it again, maybe again, and then again. But every time I read it, I'll appreciate different things about it. You know, at first I'll try to read it just to understand it, and then maybe after 2-3 times I'll kind of understand it more, and then at the 4th time I'll be like, oh wow, I appreciate the prose that's gone into this as well. You know, it's written very concisely. And then at the 5th time I'll think, okay, I understand this, but now let me think about this in the context of the rest of this person's work. And what helps me the most, actually, what's the most important thing, and what helps me might help you as well to not forget something, whether it be reading something from a book or reading or listening to a lecture or whatever, is fighting them in my head, which is also a little weird. I hope it's not too weird. But this is a practice I have where if there's something going on, I'll fight it in my head. I'll just battle it. And if I completely agree with it, I have to find some grounds to disagree with it. And I lay a sort of, maybe not a pride, but I go, surely there has to be something wrong. Surely there has to be something I can figure out from this that's wrong that I can articulate. And if there isn't, I'll just keep thinking until I can. And if there isn't, right, that just means what I'm reading is integrated into my framework already. I've internalized it. I agree with it implicitly. It's in my head. This is how I think. So mission accomplished, sort of. And if I'm reading it and I disagree with it, then I'm going to start battling it in my head, and that will help me memorize it. That'll help me commit it to memory. It'll also sharpen my reasoning, right? I find that to be helpful as well. And so the way that works is that has to also work in tandem with me reading various things. I cannot read things just from one rabbit hole, one echo chamber, one domain. You know, I have to read around many, many things, and especially things I disagree with. Hence, and this is even outside of my, of academics or whatever, I read things I disagree with all the time just to get in that headspace. Like, because even if I disagree with it and I say, okay, I can rationalize why you're wrong and why this is, a bigoted opinion or this doesn't make any sense, I'll read that stuff anyways because I want to understand the thought process behind it. I want to sympathize with where that's coming from, and to me that's where the work is done. That's where I wrestle with it, because it's obvious. It's very easy to say someone's wrong. It's a lot harder to try to convince them that they're wrong. That's way more difficult, and that's what I try to do all the time in my head. Association is a great way to remember. Me thinking of one makes you remember the other and vice versa. Plus, remembering the meaning and not the words is great. Yeah, that too. Like your process, thank you. Yeah, I hope that is helpful, but that certainly helps me. Yes. But yeah, okay. Those are some good thoughts and discussions for chapter 2. Chapter 2, I think we'll do chapter 3, and that will be the end of the stream because it's been going on for a little bit. Is there anything after chapter 3, or is it part 2 after this? Oh, there's chapter 4. Well, okay, the stream might be a little long then. Oh, there's chapter 5. Okay, and then it's chapter 6, part 2. Oh, okay. Oh, we're 2 chapters away from completion. Or 3. I think we're 3 chapters away from completion, which is halfway. That's not good. I wanted to read part 1 today. And it's been, how long has it been? 2 hours and 30 minutes. I've only gone through half of this. Okay. We can do it. I'll just pause less and concentrate the thoughts more towards the end of certain parts. Yep. And I'll read a little faster. Okay. Or maybe not, I'll just take my time with it. Who knows? Some people will go to sleep, but some people will wake up. That's just the nature of time, right? So, Chapter 3. Natural Resources and the Training of Thought. Oh, natural resources. Interesting, okay. In the last chapter, we considered the need of transforming, through training, the natural capacities of inference into habits of critical examination and inquiry. The very importance of thought for life makes necessary its control by education because of its natural tendency to go astray, and because social influences exist that tend to form habits of thought leading to inadequate and erroneous beliefs. Training must, however, be itself based upon the natural tendencies. That is, it must find its point of departure in them. A being who could not think without training could never be trained to think. One may have to learn to think well, but not to think. Training, in short, must fall back upon the prior independent existence of natural powers. It is concerned with their proper direction, not with creating them. Teaching and learning are correlative or corresponding processes. As much so as selling and buying. One might as well say he has sold when no one has bought, as to say that he has taught when no one has learned. Okay, so teaching and learning is a very interconnected. Okay. And in the educational transaction, the initiative lies with the learner even more than in commerce it lies with the buyer. Just a little footnote, a side note here. I don't usually pause in the middle of the text, but I think it's kind of prudent here. I strongly think that nowadays education has blurred that line between commerce and education, so that teaching has become transactional, very transactional, very commodified. Degrees are bought and papers are written with ChatGPT, frankly speaking, right? Or, before that era, they were written by external tutors you can hire and pay money for, so it's just it's redundant almost. But anyways, that is to say, I wanted to add in this section that although he will probably get to and condemn the transactional nature of education, it will nonetheless sound very familiar to you and I because, well, he was from 100 years ago and it's only gotten worse since. He was almost trying to steer us away from a direction that we're currently already been advancing long after his death, his passing. So that's an interesting point, for me at least. Anyways. If an individual can learn to think only in the sense of learning to employ more economically and effectively powers he already possesses, even more truly one can teach others to think only in the sense of appealing to and fostering powers already active in them. Effective appeal of this kind is impossible unless the teacher has an insight into existing habits and tendencies, the natural resources with which he has to ally himself. Any inventory of the items of this natural capital is somewhat arbitrary because it must pass over many of the complex details. But a statement of the factors essential to thought will put before us and outline the main elements. Thinking involves, as we have seen, the suggestion of a conclusion for acceptance, and also search for or inquiry to test the value of the suggestion before finally accepting it. This implies a certain fund or store of experiences and facts from which suggestions proceed, b. promptness, flexibility and fertility of suggestions, and c. orderliness, consecutiveness, appropriateness in what is suggested. Clearly, a person may be hampered in any of these three regards. His thinking may be relevant, narrow, or crude because he has not enough actual material upon which to base conclusions, or because concrete facts and raw material, even if extensive and bulky, fail to evoke suggestions easily and richly, or finally because even when these two conditions are fulfilled, the ideas suggested are incoherent and fantastic, rather than pertinent and inconsistent. 1. Curiosity. The most vital and significant factor in supplying the primary material whence suggestion may issue is, without doubt, curiosity. The wisest of Greeks used to say that the wonder is the mother of all science. An inert mind waits, as it were, for experiences to be imperiously forced upon it. The pregnant saying of Wordsworth. The eye, it cannot choose but see. We cannot bid the ear be still. Our bodies feel, where they be, against or with our will. It's interesting poetry. Yeah, let me read it again. The eye, it cannot choose but see. We cannot bid the ear be still. Our bodies feel wherever they be, against or with our will. Okay. Holds good in the degree in which one is naturally possessed by curiosity. A curious mind is constantly alert and exploring, seeking material for thought, as a vigorous and healthy body is on the qui vive for nutriment. Eagerness for experience, for new and varied contacts is found where wonder is found. Such curiosity is the only sure guarantee of the acquisition of the primary facts upon which inference must base itself. In its first manifestations, curiosity is a vital overflow, an expression of an abundant organic energy. A physiological uneasiness leads a child to be into everything, to be reaching, poking, pounding, prying. Observers of animals have noted what one author calls their inveterate tendency to fool. Rats run about, smell, dig, or gnaw without real reference to the business in hand. In the same way Jack, a dog, scrabbles and jumps, the kitten wanders and picks. The otter slips about everywhere like ground lightning. The elephant fumbles ceaselessly, the monkey pulls things apart. The most casual notice of the activities of a young child reveals a ceaseless display of exploring and testing activity. Objects are stuck, fingered and thumped, drawn and pushed, handled and thrown, in short, experimented with till they cease to yield new qualities. Such activities are hardly intellectual, and yet without them intellectual activity would be feeble and intermittent through lack of stuff for its operations. B. A higher stage of curiosity develops under the influence of social stimuli. When the child learns that he can appeal to others to eke out his store of experiences, so that if objects fail to respond interestingly to his experiments, he may call upon persons to provide interesting material. A new epoch sets in. What is that? Why? Become the unfailing signs of a child's presence. At first, this questioning is hardly more than a projection into social relations of the physical overflow which earlier kept the child pushing and pulling, opening and shutting. He asks in succession what holds up the house, what holds up the soil that holds the house, what holds up the earth that holds the soil. But his questions are not evidence of any genuine consciousness of rational connections. His why is not a demand for scientific explanation. The motive behind it is simply eagerness for a larger acquaintance with the mysterious world in which he is placed. The search is not for a law or principle, but only for a bigger fact. Yet there is more than a desire to accumulate just information or heap up disconnected items, although sometimes the interrogating habit threatens to degenerate into a mere disease of language. In the feeling, however dim, that the facts which directly meet the senses are not the whole story, that there is more behind them and more to come from them, lies the germ of intellectual curiosity. C. Curiosity rises above the organic and the social planes and becomes intellectual in the degree in which it is transformed into interest in problems provoked by the observation of things and the accumulation of material. When the question is not discharged by being asked of another, when the child continues to entertain it in his own mind and to be alert for whatever will help answer it, curiosity has become a positive intellectual force. To the open mind, nature and social experience are full of varied and subtle challenges to look further. If germinating powers are not used and cultivated at the right moment, they tend to be transitory, to die out, or to wane in intensity. This general law is peculiarly true of sensitiveness to what is uncertain and questionable. In a few people, intellectual curiosity is so insatiable that nothing will discourage it, but in most its edge is easily dulled and blunted. Bacon saying that we must become as little children in order to enter the kingdom of science is at once a reminder of the open-minded and flexible wonder of childhood, and of the ease with which this endowment is lost. The whole idea of children being more curious than adults, and adults losing that sense of curiosity, it still rings true today. In fact, maybe even more so. Arguably, the wonder of childhood is eroding in children, I think, but that's a topic for another. That's a rant for another day. Some lose it in indifference or carelessness, others in a frivolous flippancy. Many escape these evils only to become encased in a hard dogmatism which is equally fatal to the spirits of wonder. Some are so taken up with routine as to being inaccessible to new facts and problems. Others retain curiosity only with reference to what concerns their personal advantage in their chosen career. With many, curiosity is arrested on the plane of interest in local gossip and in the fortunes of their neighbors. Indeed, so usual is this result that very often the first association with the word curiosity is a prying inquisitiveness into other people's business. With respect then to curiosity, the teacher has usually more to learn than to teach. Rarely can he aspire to the office of kindling or even increasing it. His task is rather to keep alive the sacred spark of wonder and to fan the flame that already glows. His problem is to protect the spirit of inquiry, to keep it from becoming blasé from overexcitement, wooden from routine, fossilized through dogmatic instruction, or dissipated by random exercise upon trivial things. I like that. That's kind of a fire sentence, if I may say so myself. The problem is to protect the spirit of inquiry, to keep it from becoming blasé from overexcitement, wooden from routine, fossilized through dogmatic instruction, or dissipated by random exercise upon trivial things. Ooh, I just love the prose of that. That's very nice. It's very good. Really like that. And I feel strongly about that too. Anyways, 2. Suggestion. Out of the subject matter, which whether rich or scanty, important or trivial, of present experience issues suggestions, ideas, beliefs as to what is not yet given. The function of suggestion is not one that can be produced by teaching. While it may be modified for better or worse by conditions, it cannot be destroyed. Many a child has tried his best to see if he could not stop thinking, but the flow of suggestions goes on in spite of our will, quite as surely as our bodies feel, wherever they be against or with our will. You know, the poem earlier, the Greek poem. Primarily, naturally, it's not we who think, in any actively responsible sense. Thinking is rather something that happens in us, only so far as one has acquired control of the method in which the function of suggestion occurs and has accepted responsibility for its consequences. Can one truthfully say, I think so and so? The function of suggestion has a variety of aspects, or dimensions as we may term them, varying in different persons, both in themselves and in their mode of combination. These dimensions are ease or promptness, extent or variety, and depth or persistence. A. The common classification of persons into the dull and the bright is made primarily on the basis of the readiness or facility with which suggestions follow upon the presentation of objects and upon the happening of events. As the metaphor of dull and bright implies, some minds are impervious, or else they absorb passively. Everything presented is lost in a drab monotony that gives nothing back. But others reflect or give back in varied lights all that strikes upon them. The dull makes no response. The bright flash back the fact. Sorry, say that 5 times fast. The bright flash back the fact with a changed quality. An inert or stupid mind requires a heavy jolt or an intense shock to move it to suggestion. The bright mind is quick, is alert to react with interpretation and suggestion of consequences to follow. Yet, the teacher is not entitled to assume stupidity or even dullness, merely because of irresponsiveness to school subjects or to a lesson as presented by textbook or teacher. The pupil labeled hopeless may react in quick and lively fashion when the thing in hand seems to him worthwhile, as a matter of school sport or school of social affair. Indeed, the school subject might move him were it set in a different context and treated by a different method. A boy dull in geometry may prove quick enough when he takes up the subject in connection with manual training. The girl who seems inaccessible to historical facts may respond promptly when it is a question of judging the character and deeds of people of her acquaintance or of fiction. Barring physical defect or disease, slowness and dullness in all directions are comparatively rare. B. Irrespective of the difference in persons as to the ease and promptness with which ideas respond to facts, there is a difference in the number of or range of the suggestions that occur. We speak truly in some cases of the flood of suggestions. In others, there is but a slender trickle. Occasionally, slowness of outward response is due to a great variety of suggestions which check one another and lead to hesitation and suspense, while a lively and... I'm sorry you heard that. Goodness. There's... Sorry, that really threw me off. Okay, sorry, that... I'm just gonna read some chat comments before I get back to it because I was really thrown off by something, sorry. I fear that librarian ranking all philosophers would start a new academic year, academic war, expect to receive strongly worded emails. I wish, God, they keep ignoring me, sorry. No, I think academics don't care about VTubers, they're just not cool enough. Academics are too concerned with the academics that they're probably not going to stumble upon a VTuber stream. If they do, then I'd love to argue with them. I'd love to bring them on. That would just... Here's the thing. If I get strongly worded emails, I'm just going to invite them to my VTuber stream, and then I can title the stream Philosopher VTuber. No. Yeah, Philosopher VTuber interviews philosophy professor. Wouldn't that be so interesting? Isn't that primo content? No one's ever done this in the history of humanity. Nobody's ever done that. Just as nobody's ever been the Philosopher VTuber, you know, as yours truly has. We are making even more history as we speak. It's fascinating stuff, isn't it? It'd be great. Anyways. Did I read that before? Or did I not read that comment? Sorry, I don't think maybe I just reread the comment anyways. 4-hour stream once again, perfect. That was a comment from a while ago, I read that. I thought that was something I didn't address. Maybe I just didn't address it just now. Anyways. OMG, it's like a sleepover. Maybe that's what these streams will end up being, is like sleepover streams. This is where I just, for a long time, I just spend it reading a book and people are gonna tune in to just fall asleep, whatever your time zone is. I should just call these streams sleepover streams, maybe. I don't know, who knows? I'm thinking of a way to brand it. Still. Dumpling Devourer says hello there. Hello. Hello, Dumpling Devourer. Welcome. Welcome to our reading of... What are we reading? How We Think by John Dewey. Yes, that's what we're reading. It's about John Dewey, who's this American educational philosopher, or philosopher of education, who is articulating his ideas of thought and thinking right now, which is really interesting. Finally, a stream during the day. It's been a while, Euphonor. Hello, Nicole. It's been a while. Indeed, yes, I remember you. I remember you. Is it during the day? That's wonderful. It's during the day for you. That's good. That's good. Schedule going off again? No, it was something else. It was something else was going off. That was really good comedic timing. Try speaking instant P. That was something else. It was machinery in the library that's a little out of date, and that's why it's so loud and distracting. So, yeah. It'd be really cute to call them sleepovers biased. Maybe I could do that. The one librarian that brought up Whitehead sounds like a funny review. Whitehead is incomprehensible, I'm sorry. I think it's going to take me a while before I even get into that. Your parasocial relationship required. I remember everyone's usernames if they've chatted before, because this is a small stream and I am a small streamer, and it's just kind of like the expectation, right? But more importantly than that, it's also like I can't remember things, but I can remember people. Or rather, things that concern people stick in my head easier than like abstract ideas or objects or whatever, or facts. Excuse me. Okay, it's fine now. Sorry. Oh, God. I remember me. I remember everyone. I remember everyone too much. I remember everyone too much. I hope to reach a point where I can't remember everyone, not because I I don't want to, but because it'll be like too much to remember. But then at that point, it's like I'll have larger problems to worry about. So it'll be great. Anyways. From the absolute... Okay, it should stop doing that now so I can resume my train of reading. Let's see, where were we? We'll just start over from B, I suppose. We can start from here. Irrespective of the difference in persons as to the ease and promptness with which ideas respond to facts, there's a difference in the number of range of the suggestions that occur. We speak truly in some cases of the flood of suggestions, in others there is but a slender trickle. Occasionally, slowness of outward response is due to a great variety of suggestions which check one another and lead to hesitation and suspense. While a lively and prompt suggestion may take such possession of the mind as to preclude the development of others, too few suggestions indicate a dry and meager mental habit. When this is joined to great learning, there results a pedant, or a gradgrind. Gradgrind? What is that? I'll figure it out. Such a person's mind rings hard. He is likely to bore others with mere bulk of information. He contrasts with a person whom we call ripe, juicy, and mellow. Dewey, do we have to call people ripe, juicy, and mellow? I think that's a little uncalled for. Maybe the 1900s was a different time. Anyways. Please don't call me ripe, juicy, or mellow. I think that would be very strange. A conclusion reached after consideration of a few alternatives may be formally correct, but it will not possess the fullness and richness of meaning of one arrived at after comparison of a greater variety of alternative suggestions. On the other hand, suggestions may be too numerous and too varied for the best interests of mental habit. So many suggestions may rise that the person is at a loss to select among them. He finds it difficult to reach any definite conclusion and wanders more or less helplessly among them. So much suggests itself pro and con, one thing leads on to another so naturally that he finds it difficult to decide in practical affairs or to conclude in matters of theory. There is such a thing as too much thinking, as when an action is paralyzed by the multiplicity of views suggested by a situation. Or again, the very number of suggestions may be hostile to tracing logical sequences among them, for it may tempt the mind away from the necessary but trying task of search for real connections, into the more congenial occupation of embroidering upon the given facts a tissue of agreeable fancies. The best mental habit involves a balance between paucity and redundancy of suggestions. C. Depth. We distinguish between people not only upon the basis of their quickness and fertility of the intellectual response, but also with respect to the plane upon which it occurs, the intrinsic quality of the response. Okay. Not only upon the basis of the quickness and fertility, but also the basis of it. Or sorry, but also the quality of it, okay. Don't they just mean the same thing? Let's let Dewey explain. One man's thought is profound while another's is superficial. One goes to the roots of the matter and another touches lightly in its most external aspects. This phase of thinking is perhaps the most untaught of all, and the least amenable to external influence, whether for improvement or harm. Nevertheless, the conditions of the pupil's contact with subject matter may be such that he is compelled to come to quarters with its more significant features, or such that he is encouraged to deal with it upon the basis of what is trivial. The common assumption is that if the pupil only thinks, one thought is just as good for his mental discipline as another, and that the end of study is the amassing of information. Both tend to foster superficial at the expense of significant thought. Pupils who, in matters of... Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. I'm so sorry. I'm going to hydrate while this is going on. Okay. Okay, it's done. It's done. It's done. Okay. Where the hell was I? Yes, here we are. Pupils who in matters of ordinary practical experience have a ready and acute perception of the difference between the significant and the meaningless often reach in school subjects a point where all things seem equally important or equally unimportant, where one thing is just as likely to be true as another, and where intellectual effort is expended not in discriminating between things but in trying to make verbal connections among words. Sometimes slowness and depth of response are intimately connected. Time is required in order to digest impressions and translate them into substantial ideas, sorry. Excuse me. Brightness may be but a flash in the pan. A slow but sure person, whether a man or child, is one in whom impressions sink and accumulate, so that thinking is done at a deeper level of value than with a slighter load. Many a child is rebuked for slowness, for not answering promptly when his forces are taking time to gather themselves together to deal effectively with the problem at hand. In such cases, failure to afford time and leisure conduce to habits of speedy but snapshot and superficial judgment. The depth to which a sense of the problem, of the difficulty, sinks determines the quality of the thinking that follows. And any habit of teaching which encourages the pupil for the sake of a successful recitation, or of a display of memorized information to glide over the thin ice of genuine problems, reverses the true method of mind training. Yes, exactly, he's so right. Let me read that again. The depth to which a sense of the problem, of the difficulty, sinks, determines the quality of the thinking that follows. Well, I don't know if it determines it, but it certainly is a factor. Any habit of teaching which encourages the pupil for the sake of a successful recitation or a display of memorized information to glide over the thin ice of genuine problems reverses the true method of mind training. Exactly. Rote memorization is not good. And till this day, it is the most standardized format for examination because of the commodification of education, which is just destroying it. Anyways. It is profitable to study the lives of men and women who achieve in adult life fine things in their respective callings, but who are called dull in their school days. Sometimes the early wrong judgment was due mainly to the fact that the direction in which the child showed his ability was not one recognized by the good old standards in use, as in the case of Darwin's interest in beetles, snakes, and frogs. Sometimes it was due to the fact that the child dwelling habitually on a deeper plane of reflection than other pupils, or than his teachers, did not show to advantage when prompt answers of the usual sort were expected. Sometimes it was due to the fact that the pupil's natural mode of approach clashed habitually with that of the text or the teacher, and the method of the latter was assumed as an absolute basis of estimate. In any event, it is desirable that the teacher should rid himself of the notion that thinking is a single and unalterable faculty, that he should recognize that it is a term denoting the various ways in which things acquire significance. Okay. It is desirable to expel also the kindred notion that some subjects are inherently intellectual, and hence possessed of an almost magical power to train the faculty of thought. And again, let me just add a little bit of a note here, personally. This includes philosophy. And I fell into this too before I got into it, when a lot of people justify the existence of philosophy as, well, it improves your faculty of thought, it trains critical thinking, when the reality is it's not about the subject matter, it's more about what is done with that subject matter. And critical thinking can be achieved in any subject, in anything that is an intellectual pursuit, really. And anything can be an intellectual pursuit if you delve into it enough. So, oh my god. Okay, it's not. Sorry. All right. Anyways, there's a sort of weird platform that this pedestal that philosophy, not pedestal even, justification almost, like it's coping as if without this philosophy would be nothing. But no, philosophy is not there to purely to train the faculty of thought. However, when one engages with philosophy truly, not just enrolls in it and studies it, but engages with it, the faculties of thought are trained at a very rigorous level. That's true. But I remember this was a justification that people would have to use to say that, you know, that's why it's worth studying. No. It's worth studying for its own reason. It's just this is also something that happens with it. And this faculty to train thought is not unique to it. Anyways. Thinking is specific, not a machine-like, ready-made apparatus to be turned indifferently and at will upon all subjects. As a lantern may throw its light as it happens upon horses, streets, gardens, trees, or river. Thinking is specific in that different things suggest their own appropriate meanings, tell their own unique stories, and in that they do this in very different ways with different persons. As the growth of the body is through the assimilation of food, so the growth of mind is through the logical organization of subject matter. Thinking is not like a sausage machine which reduces all materials indifferently to one marketable commodity, but has a power of following up and linking together the specific suggestions that specific things arouse. Accordingly, any subject from Greek to cooking and from drawing to mathematics is intellectual. If intellectual at all, not in its fixed inner structure, but in its function, in its power to start and direct significant inquiry and reflection. What geometry does for one, the manipulation of laboratory apparatus, the mastery of a musical composition, or the conduct of a business affair may do for another. 3. Orderliness, its nature. Facts, whether narrow or extensive, and conclusions suggested by them, whether many or few, do not constitute, even when combined, reflective thought. Facts do not constitute reflective thought. Interesting. The suggestions must be organized, they must be arranged with reference to one another and with reference to the facts on which they depend for proof. When the factors of facility, of fertility, and of depth are properly balanced or proportioned, we get as the outcome continuity of thought. We desire neither the slow mind nor yet the hasty. We wish neither random diffuseness nor fixed rigidity. Consecutiveness means flexibility and variety of materials, conjoined with singleness and definiteness of direction. It is opposed both to a mechanical routine uniformity and to a grasshopper-like movement. Of bright children, it is not infrequently said that they might do anything, if only they settled down, so quick and apt are they in any particular response, but alas, they rarely settle. On the other hand, it is not enough not to be diverted. A deadly and fanatic consistency is not our goal. Concentration does not mean fixity, nor a cramped rest or paralysis of the flow of suggestion. It means variety and change of ideas combined into a single steady trend moving toward a unified conclusion. Thoughts are concentrated not by being kept still and quiescent, but by being kept moving toward an object, and as a general concentrates his troops for attack or defense. Holding the mind to a subject is like holding a ship to its course. It implies constant change of place combined with a unity of direction. Consistent and orderly thinking is precisely such a change of subject matter. Consistency is no more the mere absence of contradiction than concentration is the mere absence of diversion, which exists in dull routine or in a person fast asleep. All kinds of varied and incompatible suggestions may sprout and be followed in their growth, and yet thinking be consistent and orderly, provided each one of the suggestions is viewed in relation to the main topic. In the main, for most persons, the primary resource in the development of orderly habits of thought is indirect, not direct. Intellectual organizations originates and for a time grows as an accompaniment of the organization of the acts required to realize an end, not as the result of a direct appeal to thinking power. The need of thinking to accomplish something beyond thinking is more potent than thinking for its own sake. All people at the outset, and the majority of people probably all their lives, attain ordering of thought through ordering of action. Adults normally carry on some occupation, profession, pursuit, and this furnishes the continuous axis about which their knowledge, their beliefs, and their habits of reaching and testing conclusions are organized. Observations that have to do with the efficient performance of their calling are extended and rendered precise. Information related to it is not merely amassed and then left in a heap, it is classified and subdivided so as to be available as it is needed. Inferences are made by most men not from purely speculative motives, but because they are involved in the efficient performance of the duties involved in their several callings. Thus their inferences are constantly tested by results achieved. Futile and scattering methods tend to be discounted. Orderly arrangements have a premium put upon them. The event, the issue, stands as a constant check on the thinking that has led up to it, and this discipline by efficiency in action is the chief sanction in practically all who are not scientific specialists of orderliness of thought. Such a response, the main prop of disciplined thinking in adult life, is not to be despised in training the young in right intellectual habits. There are, however, profound differences between the immature and the adult in the matter of organized activity. Differences which must be taken seriously into account in any educational use of activities. The external achievements resulting from activity is a more urgent necessity with the adult, and hence is with him a more effective means of discipline of mind than with the child. The ends of adult activity are more specialized than those of child activity. The selection and arrangement of appropriate lines of action is a much more difficult problem as respects youth than it is in the case of adults. With the latter, the main lines are more or less settled by circumstances. The social status of the adult, the fact that he is a citizen, a householder, a parent, or one occupied in some regular industrial or professional calling, prescribes the chief features of the acts to be performed and secures, somewhat automatically, as it were, appropriate and related modes of thinking. But with a child there is no such fixity of status and pursuit. There is almost nothing to dictate that such and such a consecutive line of action, rather than another, should be followed, while the will of others, his own caprice, and circumstances about him tend to produce an isolated momentary act. The absence of continued motivation cooperates with the inner plasticity of the immature to increase the importance of educational training and the difficulties in the way of finding consecutive modes of activities, which may do for a child and youth what serious vocations and functions do for the adult. In the case of children, the choice is so peculiarly exposed to arbitrary factors, to mere school traditions, to waves of pedagogical fad and fancy, to fluctuating social cross-currents, that sometimes, in sheer disgust at the inadequacy of results, a reaction occurs to the total neglect of overt activity as an educational factor, and a recourse to purely theoretical subjects and methods. This very difficulty, however, points to the fact that the opportunity for selecting truly educative activities is indefinitely greater in child life than in adult. The fact of external pressure is so strong with most adults that the educative value of the pursuit, its reflects influence upon intelligence and character, however genuine, is incidental and frequently almost accidental. The problem in the opportunity with the young is selection of orderly and continuous modes of occupation, which, while they lead up to and prepare for the indispensable activities of adult life, have their own sufficient justification in their present reflex influence upon the formation of habits of thought. Educational practice shows a continual tendency to oscillate between two extremes with respect to overt and exertive activities. One extreme is to neglect them almost entirely, on the grounds that they are chaotic and fluctuating. Mere diversions appealing to the transitory, unformed taste and caprice of immature minds, or, if they avoid this evil, are objectionable copies of the highly specialized and more or less commercial activities of adult life. If activities are admitted at all into the school, the admission is a grudging concession to the necessity of having occasional relief from the strain of constant intellectual work, or to the clamor of outside utilitarian demands upon the school. The other extreme is an enthusiastic belief in the almost magical educative efficacy of any kind of activity. Granted, it is an activity and not a passive absorption of academic and theoretical material. The conceptions of play, of self-expression, of natural growth are appealed to almost as if they meant that opportunity for any kind of spontaneous activity inevitably secures the due training of mental power, or mythological brain physiology is appealed to as proof that any exercise of the muscles trains power of thought. While we vibrate from one of these extremes to the other, the most serious of all problems is ignored, the problem, namely, of discovering and arranging the forms of activity, A, which are most congenial, best adapted to the immature stage of development, B, which have the most ulterior promise as preparation for the social responsibilities of adult life, and C, which at the same time have the maximum of influence in forming habits of acute observation and of consecutive inference. As curiosity is related to the acquisition of material of thought, as suggestion is related to flexibility and force of thought, so the ordering of activities, not themselves primarily intellectual, is related to the forming of intellectual powers of consecutiveness. That is the end of chapter 3. A chapter which I went in with a little thinking I would have something to say, but I walked out not having much to say, actually. The natural resources and training of thought. Let's see. What I kind of just got from it initially is just that he's saying adults are less susceptible to this training of thought than children are, which I don't know, which might be true, but he doesn't quite posit a solution to that. He kind of just says that's the case, I guess. He does paint the picture, right? It's because, and he does mention that something that I think resonates with me along the lines of adults learning and intellectually developing is almost like happenstance, like it's for a reason. I'm not sure where it was. Yeah, it was somewhere in there. So he addresses, while we vibrate from one of these extremes to the other, the most serious of these problems is ignored. Interesting. The problem, namely, of discovering and arranging the forms of activity which are most congenial to the immature stage of development. So what is best for children? B, which have the most ulterior promises of preparation for the social responsibility of adult life, what helps them become good adults, and C, which at the same time have the maximum influence in the forming habits of acute observation of consecutive inference, which sparks critical thinking, curiosity, all that good stuff. Or rather, what is implied to. As curiosity is related to the acquisition of material of thought, as suggestion is related to flexibility and force of thought. So the ordering of activity, not themselves primarily intellectual, is related to the forming of intellectual powers with consecutiveness. Right, exactly, it's related. So here he says the most important things are ignored, right? A, which ones are the best for children, which will prepare them for adult life, which are most compelling for children, which will prepare them for adult life, which also instill in them habits of critical thinking and goodness. These are the most important questions from this root of this chapter that he says we'll explore next in chapter 4, I guess. Or 5 maybe. Goodness, this is a lot. My initial thoughts, not much. It's good background information, but I don't think I really needed to read all of that, to be honest, to kind of get it. But maybe that just that attests to how widely spread his philosophy is, because that to me was just common knowledge. You know, that's probably because what he was saying was so true that we've been taught these things in other classes and things and whatnot, and imbued into our curriculum and in our academic paradigms. So that could be good. So what does everyone else have to say? Juicy chairman, don't say that. Okay. Microwave is taking over. Does the microwave know it is funny? It is being funny. What does a microwave know? Does it understand its purpose? All questions that I doubt have been asked seriously. If I were to ask that question seriously for a moment, I would say that if either the microwave knows it is being funny or it doesn't know it is being funny. And if it knows it's being funny, it's a little difficult. We can't quite ascertain that it knows that because we can't know if it knows, right? That's a bit of a barrier. Problem of other minds, if you will, that I like to put in there. And in which case, how we determine if someone knows something is how they can demonstrate that knowledge again. At least it's partially how we determine that. So in order to get a good inference for whether or not the microwave truly knows it's being funny, it will have to make another good joke. That's how we will know if the microwave knows it's being funny. And we can't know for sure if that's an accident either. It will just have to happen so many times that we infer over time that it is. Can't believe we finally know who the first and last philosopher, VTuber, and librarian of the Library of Alexandria ops are. Microwave. Once again, low thoughts in chat. Anyways, it's nice to see how the point of something as weird as thinking about thoughts is practical. How to teach and learn better shows that's what matters to him. He's just that based. He's pretty based, yeah. Low thoughts in chat is fine, yeah. It's okay. This is kind of heavy stuff, and you should be sleeping. People should be sleeping. God. Or waking up. I don't know. I don't know where everyone is. Time is I'm so happy about this, by the way. I don't know why that's so cool to me, but like I keep getting chatters here. Like you guys are all from different places. There's so many people from so many different places. Your times are everywhere. Someone has to go to sleep. Someone has to wake up. Someone's in the middle of work. Someone is like recovering from work. Like everyone is everywhere. And yet we're here united at the same time to hear me yap. It's great. It's great. It's wonderful. Don't know if the universe microwaves being funny or not. Let's talk about parallel universes. Universal microwaves, yes. Anyways, let's continue on to chapter 4. How long has it been? Oh goodness, it's 3 hours. It's a bit long, isn't it? I'm sorry. I'll try to cut it short. I'll try to let's blow through chapter 4 and 5 very quickly. And if you're here just to fall asleep, I hope you fall asleep to this and go away and just go back to sleep. I hope that's what happens. I would like, ideally, for the viewer count to kind of trickle down, because that means over time, people are going to sleep. I think, right? I hope that's what that means, if it's your sleep time. Anyways. Chapter 4, School Conditions and the Training of Thought. 1. Introductory, Methods and Conditions. The so-called faculty psychology went hand in hand with the vogue of the formal discipline idea in education. If thought is a distinct piece of mental machinery separate from observation, memory, imagination, and common sense judgments of persons and things, then thought should be trained by special exercises designed for the purpose, as one might devise special exercises for developing the biceps muscles. Certain subjects are then to be regarded as intellectual or logical subjects par excellence, possessed of a predestined fitness to exercise the thought faculty, just as certain machines are better than others for developing arm power. With these three notions goes the fourth, that method consists of a set of operations by which the machinery of thought is set going and kept at work upon any subject matter. We have tried to make it clear in the previous chapters that there is no single and uniform power of thought, but a multitude of different ways in which specific things observed, remembered, heard of, read about, evoke suggestions or ideas that are pertinent to the occasion and fruitful in the sequel. Training is such development of curiosity, suggestion, and habits of exploring and testing as increases their scope and efficiency. Any subject, is intellectual in the degree in which, with any given person, it succeeds in effecting this growth. On this view, the fourth factor method is concerned with providing conditions so adapted to individual needs and powers as to make for the permanent improvement of observation, suggestion, and investigation. The teacher's problem is thus twofold. On the one side, he needs, as we saw in the last chapter, to be a student of individual traits and habits. On the other side, he needs to be a student of the conditions that modify for better or worse the directions in which individual powers habitually express themselves. The true master is the eternal student. Master Yi said that. I hope that relates to the youth now. Anyways, he needs to recognize that method covers not only what he intentionally devises and employs for the purpose of mental training, but also what he does without any conscious reference to it, anything in the atmosphere and conduct of the school which reacts in any way upon the curiosity, the responsiveness, and the orderly activity of children. The teacher is an intelligent student both of individual mental operations and of the effects of school conditions upon those operations, can largely be trusted to develop for himself methods of instruction in their narrower and more technical sense, those best adapted to achieve results in particular subjects such as reading, geography, or algebra, in the hands of one who is not intelligently aware of individual capacities and of the influence unconsciously exerted upon them by the entire entire environment. Excuse me, that's a big misread. Even the best of technical methods are likely to get an immediate result only at the expense of deep-seated and persistent habits. We may group the conditioning influences of the school environment under three heads: the mental attitudes and habits of the persons with whom the child is in contact; 2. The subjects studied; 3. Current educational aims and ideals. Influences of the habits of others. Bare reference to the imitativeness of human nature is enough to suggest how profoundly the mental habits of others affect the attitude of one being trained. Example is more potent than precept, and a teacher's best conscious efforts may be more than counteracted by the influence of personal traits which he is unaware of or regards as unimportant. Methods of instruction and discipline that are technically faulty may be rendered practically innocuous by the inspiration of the personal method that lies back of them. To confine, however, the conditioning influence of the educator, whether parent or teacher, to imitation is to get a very superficial view of the intellectual influence of others. Imitation is but one case of a deeper principle, that of stimulus and response. Everything the teacher does, as well as the manner in which he does it, incites the child to respond in some way or other, and each response tends to set the child's attitude in some way or other. Even the inattention of the child to the adult is often a mode of response, which is the result of unconscious training. The teacher is rarely, and even then never entirely, a transparent medium of access by another mind to a subject. With the young, the influence of the teacher's personality is intimately fused with that of the subject. The child does not separate nor even distinguish the two. And as the child's response is toward or away from anything presented, he keeps up a running commentary of which he himself is hardly distinctly aware, of like and dislike, of sympathy and aversion, not merely to the acts of the teacher, but also to the subject with which the teacher is preoccupied. The extent and power of this influence upon morals and manners, upon character, upon habits of speech and social bearing are almost universally recognized. But the tendency to conceive of thought as an isolated faculty has often blinded teachers to the fact that this influence is just as real and pervasive in intellectual concerns. Teachers, as well as children, stick more or less to the main points, have more or less wooden and rigid methods of response, and display more or less intellectual curiosity about matters that come up. And every trait of this kind is an inevitable part of the teacher's method of teaching. Merely to accept without notice slipshod habits of speech, slovenly inferences, unimaginative and literal response, is to endorse these tendencies and to ratify them into habits, and so it goes throughout the whole range of contact between teacher and student. In this complex and intricate field, two or three points may well be singled out for special notice. Most persons are quite unaware of the distinguishing peculiarities of their own mental habits. They take their own mental operations for granted and unconsciously make them the standard for judging the mental processes of others. Hence, there is a tendency to encourage everything in the pupil, which agrees with this attitude, and to neglect or fail to understand whatever is incongruous with it. The prevalent overestimation of the value for mind training of theoretic subjects as compared with practical pursuits is doubtless due partly to the fact that the teacher's calling tends to select those in whom the theoretic interest is especially strong, and to repel those in whom executive abilities are marked. Teachers sifted out on this basis judge pupils and subjects by a like standard, encouraging an intellectual one-sidedness in those to whom it is naturally congenial, and repelling from study those in whom practical instincts are more urgent. B. Teachers, and this holds especially of the stronger and better teachers, tend to rely upon their personal strong points to hold a child to his work. and thereby to substitute their personal influence for that of subject matter as a motive of study. The teacher finds by experience that his own personality is often effective where the power of the subject to command attention is almost nil. Then he utilizes the form more and more, until the pupil's relation to the teacher almost takes the place of his relation to the subject. In this way, the teacher's personality may become a source of personal dependence and weakness, an influence that renders the pupil indifferent to the value of the subject for its own sake. C. The operation of the teacher's own mental habits tends, unless carefully watched and guided, to make the child a student of the teacher's peculiarities rather than of the subjects that he is supposed to study. His chief concern is to accommodate himself to what the teacher expects of him, rather than to devote himself energetically to the problems of subject matter. Is this right comes to mean, will this answer or this process satisfy the teacher, instead of meaning, does it satisfy the inherent conditions of the problem? It would be folly to deny the legitimacy or the value of the study of human nature that children carry on in school. But it is obviously undesirable that their chief intellectual problem should be that of producing an answer approved by the teacher, and their standard of success be successful adaptation to the requirements of another. I love this, or rather I resonate with this so strongly. Yes, that was what I was saying earlier. Nowadays, it's not about being right, it's about adhering to the curriculum, to the teacher. And frankly speaking, it's like, how do you deal with that? Because you teach things with the teacher, and if the teacher's bad, what do? You can't. Who teaches the teachers? An excellent question not many are thinking about. Anyways. Influence of the nature of studies. Studies are conventionally and conveniently grouped under these heads. Those especially involving the acquisition of skill and performance, the school arts such as reading, writing, figuring, and music. Those mainly concerned with acquiring knowledge, informational studies such as geography and history. Those in which skill in doing and bulk of information are relatively less important and appeal to abstract thinking, to reasoning. Is most marked disciplinary studies, such as arithmetic and formal grammar. Each of these groups of subjects has its own special pitfalls. This is a weird, interesting grouping because I don't think this no longer is the thing in contemporary schooling anymore, but it's like to see a thought process, I guess. In the case of the so-called disciplinary or preeminently logical studies, there is danger of the isolation of intellectual activity from the ordinary affairs of life. Teacher and student alike tend to set up a chasm between logical thought as something abstract and remote, and the specific and concrete demands of everyday events. The abstract tends to become so aloof, so far away from application, as to be cut loose from practical and moral bearing. The gullibility of specialized scholars when out of their own lines, their extravagant habits of inference in speech, their ineptness in reaching conclusions in practical matters, their egotistical engrossment in their own subjects, are extreme examples of the bad effects of severing studies completely from their ordinary connections to life. Yes, studies are so severed from life. Intellectual pursuits are divorced from what is actually going on in real life that it's difficult to deal with now. You know, it's why are we not teaching things that matter? And why are things that matter not being taught? Matter as in like connected matter in the sense that they connect to a tangible life. Obviously the abstract, less tangible stuff is important too, but it should be a balance of both. Anyways, I know, rich coming from the philosophy student, but come on. B. The danger in those studies where the main emphasis is upon acquisition of skill is just the reverse. The tendency is to take the shortest cuts possible to gain the required end. Yes, it is, Dewey, yes. This makes the subjects mechanical and thus restrictive of intellectual power. In the mastery of reading, writing, drawing, laboratory technique, etc., the need of economy of time and material, of neatness, of accuracy, of promptness and uniformity is so great that these things tend to become ends in themselves, irrespective of their influence upon general mental attitude. Sheer imitation, dictation of steps to be taken, mechanical drill, may give results most quickly and yet strengthen traits likely to be fatal to reflective power. The pupil is enjoined to do this and that specific thing with no knowledge of any reason except that by so doing he gets his result most speedily. His mistakes are pointed out and corrected for him. He is kept at pure repetition of certain acts till they become automatic. Later, teachers wonder why the pupil reads with so little expression and figures with so little intelligent consideration of the terms of his problem. In some educational dogmas and practice, the very idea of training mind seems to be hopelessly confused with that of a drill which hardly touches mind at all, or touches it for the worse, since it is wholly taken up with training skill and external execution. This method reduces the training of human beings to the level of animal training. Ooh, that's interesting. Dewey is sort of employing this sense of dehumanization. Practical skill modes of effective technique can be intelligently, non-mechanically used only when intelligence has played a part in their acquisition. Much the same sort of thing is to be said regarding studies where emphasis traditionally falls upon bulk and accuracy of information. The distinction between information and wisdom is old, and yet requires constantly to be redrawn. Information is knowledge which is merely acquired and stored up. Wisdom is knowledge and operating in the direction of powers to the better living of life. Information, merely as information, implies no special training of intellectual capacity. Wisdom is the finest fruit of that training. In school, amassing information always tends to escape from the ideal of wisdom or good judgment. The aim often seems to be, especially in such a subject as geography, to make the pupil what has been called a cyclopedia of useless information. Covering the ground is the primary necessity, the nurture of mind and a bad second. Thinking cannot, of course, go on in a vacuum. Suggestions and inferences can only occur upon a basis of information as to matters of fact. But there is all the difference in the world whether the acquisition of information is treated as an end in itself or is made an integral portion of the training of thought. The assumption that information which has been accumulated apart from use in the recognition and solution of a problem may later on be freely employed at will by thought is quite false. The skill at the ready command of intelligence is the skill acquired with the aid of intelligence. The only information which, otherwise than by accident, can be put to logical use is that acquired in the course of thinking. Because their knowledge has been achieved in connection with the needs of specific situations, men of little book learning are often able to put to effective use every ounce of knowledge they possess, while men of vast erudition are often swamped by the mere bulk of their learning, because memory rather than thinking has been operative in obtaining it. Yes, more of the same point, but definitely a poignant one. The influence of current aims and ideals. It is of course impossible to separate this somewhat intangible condition from the joints just dealt with. For automatic skill and quantity of information are educational ideals which pervade the whole school. We may distinguish, however, certain tendencies, such as that to judge education from the standpoint of external results, instead of from that of the development of personal attitudes and habits, the ideal of the product as against that of the mental process by which the product is attained, shows itself in both instruction and moral discipline. In instruction, the external standard manifests itself in the importance attached to the correct answer. No one other thing probably works so fatally against focusing the attention of teachers upon the training of mind as the domination of their minds by the idea that the chief thing is to get pupils to recite their lessons correctly. As long as this end is uppermost, whether consciously or unconsciously, training of mind remains an incidental and secondary consideration. There is no great difficulty in understanding why this ideal has such vogue. The large number of pupils to be dealt with and a tendency of parents and school authorities to demand speedy and tangible evidence of progress conspire to give it currency. Knowledge of subject matter, not of children, is alone exacted of teachers by this aim. And moreover, knowledge of subject matter only in portions definitely prescribed and laid out, and hence mastered with comparative ease. Education that takes as its standard the improvement of the intellectual attitude and method of students demands more serious preparatory training. For it exacts sympathetic and intelligent insight into the workings of individual minds and a very wide and flexible command of subject matter, so as to be able to select and apply just what is needed when it is needed. Finally, the securing of external results is an aim that lends itself naturally to the mechanics of school administration, to examinations, marks, gradings, promotions, and so on. With reference to behavior also, the external ideal has a great influence. Conformity of acts to precepts and rules is the easiest, because most mechanical standard to employ. Yep. It is no part of our present task to just tell how far dogmatic instruction or strict adherence to custom, convention, and the commands of a social superior should extend in moral training. But since problems of conduct are the deepest and most common of all the problems of life, the way in which they are met have an influence that radiates into every other mental attitude, even those far remote from any direct or conscious moral consideration. Indeed, the deepest plane of the mental attitude of everyone is fixed by the way in which problems of behavior are treated. If the function of thought, of serious inquiry and reflection is reduced to a minimum in dealing with them, it is not reasonable to expect habits of thought to exercise great influence in less important matters. On the other hand, habits of active inquiry and careful deliberation in the significant and vital problems of conduct afford the best guarantee that the general structure of mind will be reasonable. Okay, we definitely blazed through this a little faster. I tried my best to focus on it as much as possible. It sort of is just carefully laying out the backdrop for what I was long talking about. The fact that, you know, conformity of acts to precepts and rules is the easiest because most mechanical standard to employ. It's mechanical, it's easy, it's standard. That's why it's a standardized test, not a good one. The deepest plane of the mental attitude of everyone is fixed by the way in which problems of behavior are treated. I'm still swallowing this sentence. It's a little difficult to understand. I'm gonna let it sit with me a little while though, but I think that was important, but I'm not sure why. If the function of thought, of serious inquiry and reflection is reduced to a minimum in dealing with them. If the function of thought is reduced to a minimum dealing with them, with these behaviors, it is not reasonable to expect habits of thought to exercise great influence. Yep. On the other hand, yeah. So it's kind of like the difficulties of it. Okay. All right. Do I have any thoughts of this overall? Not quite. I was vibing a lot with the earlier sections. Where he kind of explains why it's a problem, like school conditions and training of thought. Yeah, the conditions of which it is going on and why it's bad and why it does not encourage this sort of thinking that needs to be encouraged. And I just kind of agree to all of it. There's not really much to say about it, honestly. All right, that was a lot of. I'm sorry I didn't look at chat for a while, so let me just go back and look at this. Oh, right after I switched over, Keg Tama, she says, "Hi everyone, you're awesome and amazing." Hello, Keg. You are awesome and amazing too, probably. I hope you're awesome and amazing. You probably are. You probably are. Can't wait for Nicole's random Australia fact. Australia has the most important CIA base outside of America. The use of this base, Pine Gap, was used in the War on Terror as the main way that America aimed their missiles. Oh, cool. One of our prime ministers, Whitlam, was sacked by an American spy in our government to stop him from limiting the operation of Pine Gap. Oh. 2 for 1 because I wasn't here for a couple months. GTG now have boxing for their next hour. Bye. Have fun with boxing. Sorry I didn't see that until 15 minutes later. I was really trying to absorb myself into the text, but have fun with boxing. Oh, another new chat as well. Timeless Tales with Ophelia. Hello, Ophelia. Hope everyone's doing good. Yes, we're all doing good, I think. I'm doing a little less good. That's why I'm currently... The stream is at an unusual time, but... unusual times create unusual men, right? Isn't that the saying? That should be the saying, right? That's what this is, at least. Is Rose saying trauma makes character and thus habit and affect what we think? I think he's saying that schools are training people not to think right now. That's, I believe, what he's saying. Because he's kind of going on and on about how you have to teach people to think, really. It doesn't just come naturally, and schools right now are doing that inadequately. Like, it's just not enough. That's what he's saying, I think. You have a very comfy voice to listen to. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope that helps you. I hope that if my voice is any asset, it helps digest what is otherwise difficult content to grasp, which is, you know, philosophy. That's what I'm here for, I guess. Anyways, before we begin chapter 5, I want to go, maybe it's because it's been a while of reading. Oh boy, it's been a little bit. Maybe we can all do this too. I'm going to hydrate myself and get some, maybe I'll snack on something. So I'm going to be right back. Snack time. Snack break time for me. I have a chocolate bar with me. I really like chocolate. I need to get more chocolate. I'm running out. Maybe I'll have to do that tomorrow. Sorry. Chocolate is great. Opening of the mouth. Oh yeah, when I came back, I saw that I was left with my mouth open. Honey, I was not fixed. Even that is written in 1940s. Yep. Brain too cooked for self-compression. Will librarian do a short retelling at some point? I'll do like an overall summary at the end of it. At the end of the stream. Maybe I should start doing that, and I should like separate it at a different, like I put a chapter marker maybe on it. On that, I could do that. Philosophy definitely isn't my thing, but I try to read more in the subject. Happy I found this channel, and thanks for the warm welcome. We're happy you're here, and it's okay. I don't know much about it either, so it's a learning experience for the both of us. For all of us here. Fishing is real. Also causes headaches. I think the few rants he did are nice to get to know. Field senior. It's not reading, just sharing thoughts. Yes, maybe I'll do that soon. There has been an influx of people newer that are not acquainted to my ramblings. Sorry, let me wait, Drogo. Can you hear it? Shit. That's fine. My mouth is closed. Sorry, I know it's like bad practice to eat on stream usually, but unusual circumstances. Unusual circumstances call for unusual action. My model mouth, it's like detecting the movement of it, so it's like it's still closed, but because it's moving up and down, it thinks it's opening. It's fine. You eat that shit. Okay, don't worry. Chairman, what time is it in the library for you? Let's just say that I haven't slept yet, and this is when I should be waking up. All right, I am not. That's clue enough. I think that is clue enough for the current state of my being right now, and how screwed I am. You're kind of Kobe's kind of reading ahead. In its broadest sense, any thinking that ends in conclusion is logical. We have some problems here. We do. You're right. You're right in pointing that out. That is kind of a maybe not problematic, but philosophically contentious thing to say, which again lends to him kind of heuristically, like it's a heuristic. You'd rather have eating than starving? Yeah, well, I'm not really. Am I starving? I don't know if I'm starving. It's just like I've never eaten on stream. Okay, I'll reveal a little bit. Sometimes when I stream, I've skipped the meal before, and like my worry isn't like being hungry in the stream. That's fine because I can like starve myself. That I don't know if that's like a thing I should be proud of saying, but I'm kind of good at not eating for a while, and recuperating it a lot later, which some people refer to as like a dietary thing or like a practice of like intermittent fasting or whatever it is. Like some people call it that. I'm not doing it for that reason. It's not a thing that's coming from there's no sense of purpose in this. I just sometimes I do it because I'm lazy, right? Again. And the thing that worries me and why I try to eat to have some food before stream isn't actually because I like I'm concerned with my well-being or whatever. That doesn't I can power through stuff easily. It's that my stomach will start to make noises. Because it does that, right? Because when you're hungry, your stomach will make noises because your body knows what it needs and it's telling you what it needs, which I sometimes ignore more often than not, which is not good. And my concern is the mic picks up that noise while I'm streaming. That's my concern. I don't actually care if I'm like, it doesn't actually matter to me if I'm hungry, because I can, like, it's a mental thing, and I could just power through that and then like have food later, like that's fine. But when my stomach starts to intervene and take over and like introduce foreign noises to my microphone is when I'm worried. And then every time that happens on stream, because it happens sometimes, I get really worried that the mic mix it up. Oh god. Anyways, that's not like a, I hope that never happens. I hope you never hear that. I hope you never hear that. It's all heuristics in it. Yeah, it's all heuristics here in Dewey's work, isn't it? But hey, sometimes heuristics help with talking about the things you want to talk about. Let's take a heuristic nap, try to smoke a heuristic cigarette. That's philosophy. Philosophers love to starve all the guys who aren't okay, well, I'm not scrawny, it's just okay. Hold on, how much do I want to say? Let me think. Let me deliberate this in my head. How much personal information am I willing to unveil right now? Let me think. I'm way too tired, so maybe I'll probably end up revealing more than I want to. Anyways, I'm not scrawny. I am somewhat well-sized, and I go to the gym. I haven't in a while. I should, because of this, but I am of healthy proportions, I will say. Perhaps too healthy. I have been told that it is unnatural for me to be able to just eat very plain food, but I do. So, it's good. I am probably at the average of the average. If not, I think I'm a little healthier than the average person. I would like to think I'm a little healthier than the average person my age. And it's obviously like average is taking into account Olympians, but also taking into account people who are super not healthy, right? I would say I'm right down the middle, if not a little leaning towards good. I have good practice, I think. I don't really starve myself in that way, or it's like I'm intentionally hungering, because I'll recuperate and I'll eat a lot after if I don't eat for a certain amount of time. So yeah. Philosophy students and art students skill. Yep, it's definitely a starving artist thing. And bald. They're usually bald. Hope that doesn't happen to. My hair is here and it is fine. Look at how luscious it is. Look at how it waves when I move my head around, which I don't do very often. But like, it's just, God. Shout out to our team who was here earlier on stream. Our team is here now. Never mind. Yeah, shout out to our team for giving me luscious hair. CC Mochi is the art team here. Our team has created my being and existence. You can find their art on their Instagram, which I have put in the description of every stream I do. So our team is very poggers. There, yep. What's your favorite food to prepare for yourself? Favorite food to prepare is a steak, because it's really easy and I like steak. And I'm not good at preparing things, so I'll just have a steak. Do I season it? Probably less than people think I should, but the food itself is good. That's what it's good. Love voice use it. Don't. Hey, we're not getting into this. We're not. This is a reading stream. We'll get into this in another stream. Fun sized? No, I'm not fun sized. Butler only buys wrestling name. I don't have a wrestling nickname. I mean, I suppose Karis Euphranor is the moniker I would go with, but I don't know. Our cheer meats and seasoned chicken breast. We are not okay. That'll be. This is for the next stream. Okay, we'll talk about it in another stream. We'll talk about it in the app stream. Chairman Lyrics 222 confirmed. I will say, never mind. I won't say that. I was gonna say something, and then I was like, hold on. This gives out personal information that I'm not ready to give out yet, so I'm not gonna say it. Never mind. I will say the Olympics memes are great. That's what I will say. Yeah, there we go. Professional yapping MVP. Unseasoned. Stop calling me about unseasoned chicken. All right, that's not. I'm not allergic to seasoning. That's not the case. Unseasoned steak as well. I salt it and I put some pepper on it, but like, I've been told by people who are more culinarily inclined than I am that I should do it more, that I should season it more, and I don't do that. So maybe we'll do a cooking stream one day and I'll explain my maybe we'll do that. I'll consider it. It's like eat unseasoned meats like a cat. Backseat my cooking so hard. Yeah, okay. We'll figure that out when we get there. An episode of the pair. I think it'll be fun. I am still trying to think of what streams to do later, but currently I'm in a little bit of a predicament, so streams are going to be a little uncertain while this is going on, but I can assure you that next month onwards, you'll get more streams, and then maybe you'll get a little less again, but then it'll, at least I will have schedules for sure starting next month. For sure. Be making curry seasoning the fuck out of you. I do make curry. I make curry. I've made curry 4 days ago, 5, I think. I'm not sure. We predict we get solved soon. Me too. I hope so as well. Anyways, all right. It's enough of a break. It's a good break. Now we march on. It's, oh my goodness, it's 4 hours. Let's wrap up soon. Let's wrap up this chapter 5. I'll provide a sort of overall, maybe not summary, just initial thoughts as we go along. Japanese curry, Indian curry, Japanese curry. Was that the microwave or am I losing? No, it's not the microwave. It's library renovations. Hence why I'm gonna try to speed through the rest of this stream. Oh, man. Maybe I'll try to turn down my microphone. Hold on, sorry. No, I don't think it'll work. I think like it'll capture when I speak anyway, so it won't matter. Anyways, I'll just try to speed through this as fast as possible, and I hope you could just filter out in your heads and your brains the noises behind me from the library renovation. All right. Chapter 5. The means and end of mental training. The psychological and the logical. Introductory. The meaning of logical. Now, as pointed out before by Chatter, this is a little contentious philosophically speaking, but we are working with heuristics here, which are just assumptions we make in our premises in order to advance certain nonetheless transferable and reasonable conclusions and deliberations. In the preceding chapters, we have considered what thinking is, the importance of its special training, the natural tendencies that lead themselves to its training, and some of the special obstacles in the way of its training under school conditions. We come now to the relation of logic to the purpose of mental training. In its broadest sense, any thinking that ends in a conclusion is logical, and again, it's a very broad senses. Whether the conclusion reached be justified or fallacious, That is, the term logical covers both the logically good and the illogical, or the illogically bad. In its narrowest sense, the term logical refers only to what is demonstrated to follow necessarily from premises that are definite in meaning and that are either self-evidently true or that have been previously proved to be true. Stringency of proof is here the equivalent of the logical. In this sense, mathematics and formal logic, perhaps as a branch of mathematics alone, are strictly logical. Logical, however, is used in a third sense, which is at once more vital and more practical, to denote, namely, the systematic care, negative and positive, taken to safeguard reflection so that it may yield the best result under the given conditions. If only the word artificial were associated with the idea of art, or expert skill gained through voluntary apprenticeship, instead of suggesting the factitious and unreal, we might say that logical refers to artificial thought. In this sense, the word logical is synonymous with wide awake, thorough and careful reflection, thought in its best sense. Reflection is turning a topic over in various aspects and in various lights so that nothing significant about it shall be overlooked. Almost as one might turn a stone over to see what its hidden side is like, or what it's covered by. What is covered by it? Thoughtfulness means practically, again, practically, make of that what you will, the same thing as careful attention. To give our mind to a subject is to give heed to it, to take pains with it. In speaking of reflection, we naturally use the words weigh, ponder, deliberate, terms implying a certain delicate and scrupulous balancing of things against one another. Closely related names are scrutiny, examination, consideration, inspection, terms which imply close and careful vision. Again, to think is to relate things to one another definitely, to put two and two together, as we say. Analogy with the accuracy and definiteness of mathematical combinations gives us such expressions as calculate, reckon, account for, and even reason itself. Ratio. Caution, carefulness, thoroughness, definiteness, exactness, orderliness, methodic arrangement are then the traits by which we mark off the logical from what is random and casual on one side, and from what is academic and formal on the other. No argument is needed to point out that the educator is concerned with the logical in its practical and vital sense. I think that's fair enough. Argument is perhaps needed to show that the intellectual, as distinct from the moral, end of education is entirely and only the logical in this sense. Oh, okay. Namely, the formation of careful, alert, and thorough habits of thinking. Excuse me if you heard me burp, that was the tea. Where was I? Yes. Careful and thorough habits of thinking. The chief difficulty in the way of recognition of this principle is a false conception of the relation between the psychological tendencies of an individual and his logical achievements. If it be assumed, as it is so frequently, that these have intrinsically nothing to do with each other, then logical training is inevitably regarded as something foreign and extraneous, something to be engrafted upon the individual from without, so that it is absurd to identify the object of education with the development of logical power. The conception that the psychology of individuals has no intrinsic connections with logical methods and results is held, curiously enough, by two opposing schools of educational theory. To one school, the natural is primary and fundamental, and its tendency is to make little of distinctly intellectual nurture. Its mottos are freedom, self-expression, individuality, spontaneity, play, interest, natural unfolding, and so on. In its emphasis upon individual attitude and activity, it sets slight store upon organized subject matter, or the material of study, and conceives method to consist of various devices for stimulating and invoking, in their natural order of growth, the native potentialities of individuals. The other school estimates highly the value of the logical, but conceives the natural tendency of individuals to be averse, or at least indifferent, to logical achievement. Relies upon subject matter, upon matter already defined and classified. Method then has to do with the devices by which these characteristics may be imported into a mind naturally reluctant and rebellious. Hence its mottos are discipline, instruction, restraint, voluntary or conscious effort, the necessity of tasks, and so on. From this point of view, studies, rather than attitudes and habits, embody the logical factor in education. The mind becomes logical only by learning to conform to an external subject matter. To produce this conformity, this study should first be analyzed by a textbook or teacher into its logical elements. Then each of these elements should be defined. Finally, all of the elements should be arranged in series or classes according to logical formulae or general principles. Then the pupil learns the definitions one by one, and progressively adding one to another builds up the logical system, and thereby is himself gradually imbued from without with logical quality. This description will gain meaning through an illustration. Suppose the subject is geography. The first thing is to give its definition, marking it off from every other subject. Then the various abstract terms upon which depends on the scientific development of the science are stated and defined one by one. Pole, equator, ecliptic, zone. From the simpler units to the more complex which are formed out of them. Then the more concrete elements are taken in similar series. Continent, island, coast, promontory, cape, isthmus, peninsula, ocean, lake, coast, gulf, bay, and so on. In acquiring this material, the mind is supposed not only to gain important information, but by accommodating itself to ready-made logical definitions, generalizations, and classifications, gradually to acquire logical habits. This type of method has been applied to every subject taught in the schools: reading, writing, music, physics, grammar, arithmetic. Drawing, for example, has been taught on the theory that since all pictorial representation is a matter of combining straight and curved lines, the simplest procedure is to have the pupil acquire the ability first to draw straight lines in various positions. Horizontal, perpendicular, diagonals at various angles. Then typical curves, and finally to combine straight and curved lines in various permutations to construct actual pictures. This seemed to give the ideal logical method, beginning with analysis into elements, and then proceeding in regular order to more and more complex syntheses, each element being defined when used and thereby clearly understood. Even when this method in its extreme form is not followed, few schools, especially of the middle or upper elementary grades, are free from exaggerated attention to forms supposedly employed by the pupil if he gets his result logically. It is thought that there are certain steps arranged in a certain order which express preeminently an understanding of the subject, and the pupil is made to analyze his procedure into these steps, i.e., to learn a certain routine formula of statement. While this method is usually at its height in grammar and arithmetic, it invades also history and even literature, which are then reduced, under plea of intellectual training, to outlines, diagrams, and schemes of division and subdivision. In memorizing the simulated cut and dried copy of the logic of an adult, the child generally is induced to stultify his own subtle and vital logical movement. The adoption by teachers of this misconception of logical method has probably done more than anything else to bring pedagogy into disrepute. For to many persons, pedagogy means precisely a set of mechanical, self-conscious devices for replacing, by some cast-iron external scheme, the personal, mental movement of the individual. A reaction inevitably occurs from these poor results that accrue from these professedly logical methods. Lack of interest in study, habits of inattention and procrastination, positive aversion to intellectual application, dependence upon sheer memorizing and mechanical routine with only a modicum of understanding by the pupil of what he is about, show that the theory of logical definition, division, graduation, and system does not work out practically as it is theoretically supposed to work. The consequent disposition, as in every reaction, is to go to the opposite extreme. The logical is thought to be wholly artificial and extraneous. Teacher and pupil alike are to turn their backs on it, and to work towards the expression of existing aptitudes and tastes. Emphasis upon natural tendencies and powers as the only possible starting point of development is indeed wholesome. but the reaction is false and hence misleading in what it ignores and denies the presence of genuinely intellectual factors and existing powers and interests. What is conveniently termed logical, namely the logical from the standpoint of a subject matter, represents in truth the logic of the trained adult mind. Ability to divide a subject, to define its elements, and to group them into classes according to general principles represents logical capacity at its best point reached after thorough training. The mind that habitually exhibits skill in divisions, definitions, generalizations, and systematic recapitulations is no longer needs training in logical methods. But it is absurd to suppose that a mind which needs training because it cannot perform these operations can begin where the expert mind stops. The logical from the standpoint of subject matter represents the goal, the last term of training, not the point of departure. Ooh, that's very interesting. What he's cooking here, what he's saying here is the logical form, this achievement that we have separated these subjects and these matters into different categories, and we've put them into different systems, and we've organized and we've structured it all. This is the result of the work. Not, it shouldn't be where you do the work. This should be the end goal, not the beginning. Yet it is treated as the beginning now, because this is how students get enrolled into things. Oh, that's interesting. The logical from the standpoint of subject matter represents the goal, the last term of training, not the point of departure. At least as a diagnosis here. That's interesting. Oh, someone has a question. Wait, am I heavily lost? Or the whole deconstruction of thought is kind of not used a lot, kind of could have been heavily shortened. He's painting a very vivid picture, because it's not just in the deconstruction of thought, he's also trying to construct what he thinks can be how we encourage that thought, right? And in order to do that, he really needed to define all the goals, all the points, like exactly what it is, so that his arguments that follow that, okay, this is how you encourage thinking, don't immediately get bombarded, or wouldn't have to be bombarded by like a ton of counter arguments that say, this is not, oh, like what about this? What about this? Oh, but you didn't define it this way. So we had to kind of like cover his ass basically at the beginning, if that makes any sense. It's more depth we see of the thought genre, and that kind of reminds you of the path of knowledge versus path of reality. We know the know, and then what was while reality is reversed. Interesting that reminded you of that. All right, we shall continue. All right. Where were we? Yes. In truth, the mind at every stage of development has its own logic. The error of the notion that by appeal to spontaneous tendencies and by multiplication of materials we may completely dismiss the logical considerations lies in overlooking how large a part curiosity, inference, experimenting, and testing already play in the pupil's life. Therefore, it underestimates the intellectual factor in the more spontaneous play and work of individuals. The factor that alone is truly educative. Any teacher who is alive to the modes of thought naturally operative in the experience of the normal child will have no difficulty in avoiding the identification of the logical with a ready-made organization of subject matter, as well as the notion that the only way to escape this error is to pay no attention to logical considerations. Such natural powers into expert tested powers, the transformation of more or less casual curiosity and sporadic suggestion into attitudes of alert, cautious, and thorough inquiry, you will see that the psychological and logical, instead of being opposed to each other or even independent of each other, are connected as the earlier and the later stages in one continuous process of normal growth. The natural or psychological activities, even when not consciously controlled by logical considerations, have their own intellectual function and integrity. Conscious and deliberate skill in thinking, when it is achieved, makes habitual or second nature. The first is already logical in spirit. The last, in presenting an ingrained disposition and attitude, is then as psychological, as personal, as any caprice or chance impulse could be. Discipline and freedom. Discipline of mind is thus, in truth, a result rather than a cause. Any mind is disciplined in a subject in which independent intellectual initiative and control have been achieved. Discipline represents original native endowment turned, through gradual exercise, into effective power. So far as a mind is disciplined, control of method in a given subject has been attained so that the mind is able to manage itself independently without external tutelage. The aim of education is precisely to develop intelligence of this independent and effective type, a disciplined mind. Discipline is positive and constructive. Discipline, however, is frequently regarded as something negative, as a painfully disagreeable, forcing a mind away from channels congenial to it into channels of constraint, a process grievous at the time but necessary as preparation for a more or less remote future. Discipline is then generally identified with drill, and drill is conceived after the mechanical analogy of driving, by unremitting blows a foreign substance into a resistance material, or is imaged after the analogy of the mechanical routine by which raw recruits are trained to a soldierly bearing and habits that are naturally wholly foreign to their possessors. Training of this latter sort, whether it be called discipline or not, is not mental discipline. Its aim and result are not habits of thinking, but uniform external modes of action. By failing to ask what he means by discipline, many a teacher is misled into supporting that he is developing mental force and efficiency by methods which in fact restrict and deaden intellectual activity, and which tend to create mechanical routine or mental passivity and servility. When discipline is conceived in intellectual terms, as the habitual power of effective mental attack, it is identified with freedom in its truest sense. For freedom of mind means mental power capable of independent exercise, emancipated from the leading strings of others, not mere unhindered external operation. When spontaneity or naturalness is identified with more or less casual discharge of transitory impulses, the tendency of the educator is to supply a multitude of stimuli in order that spontaneous activity may be kept up. All sorts of interesting materials, equipments, tools, modes of activity are provided in order that there may be no flagging of free self-expression. This method overlooks some of the essential conditions of the attainment of genuine freedom. Direct immediate discharge or expression of an impulsive tendency is fatal to thinking. Only when the impulse is to some extent checked and thrown back upon itself does reflection ensue. It is indeed a stupid error to suppose that arbitrary tasks must be imposed from without in order to furnish the factor of perplexity and difficulty which is the necessary cue to thought. Every vital activity of any depth and range inevitably meets obstacles in the course of its effort to realize itself. A fact that renders the search for artificial or external problems quite superfluous. The difficulties that present themselves within the development of an experience are, however, to be cherished by the educator, not minimized, for they are the natural stimuli to reflective inquiry. Freedom does not consist in keeping up uninterrupted and unimpeded external activity, but is something achieved through conquering by personal reflection a way out of the difficulties that prevent an immediate overflow and a spontaneous success. The method that emphasizes the psychological unnatural, but yet fails to see what an important part of the natural tendencies is constituted at every period of growth by curiosity, inference, and the desire to test, cannot secure a natural development. In natural growth, each successive stage of activity prepares, unconsciously but thoroughly, the conditions for the manifestation of the next stage. As in the cycle of a plant's growth, there is no ground for assuming that thinking is a special, isolated natural tendency that will bloom inevitably in due season simply because various sense and motor activities have been freely manifested before, or because observation, memory, imagination, and manual skill have been previously exercised without thought. Only when thinking is constantly employed in using the senses and muscles for the guidance and application of observations and movements is the way prepared for subsequent higher types of thinking. At present, the notion is current that childhood is almost entirely unreflective, a period of mere sensory, motor, and memory development, while adolescence suddenly brings the manifestation of thought and reason. Adolescence is not, however, a synonym for magic. Doubtless youth should bring with it an enlargement of the horizon of childhood, a susceptibility to larger concerns and issues, a more generous and a more general standpoint toward nature and social life. This development affords an opportunity for thinking of a more comprehensive and abstract type that has then than has been previously obtained. The thinking itself remains just as what it has all been all the time, a matter of following up and testing the conclusions suggested by the facts and events of life. Thinking begins as soon as the baby who has lost the ball that he's playing with begins to foresee the possibility of something not yet existing, its recovery, and begins to forecast steps towards the realization of this possibility. By experimentation, to guide his acts by his ideas and thereby also test the ideas. Only by making the most of the thought factor already active in the experiences of childhood is there any promise or warrant for the emergence of superior reflective power at adolescence or at any later period. Just quickly here, I like that. I like the baby example. I think he used it before, but I like the way it's worded here. Thinking begins as soon as the baby who has lost the ball that he is playing with begins to foresee the possibility of something not yet existing, its recovery, and begins to forecast steps towards the realization of this possibility. And you may argue, well, this is present in animals as well, which Dewey kind of contrasts human thought with, right? You know, it's natural instinct for animals to chase after a prey that is going away, for example, if it's a predator animal or whatever, right? But I think it's more like, and that's why I don't think it's quite necessarily maybe true that a baby does this as a conscious, and we should call this thinking, because I think it challenges perhaps the earlier notion he had of animals not being capable of thought but doing certain things through instinct. I think this might be something that is instinct in some level. But maybe reasoning itself is instinct and it's not two separate things, right? I think, but more importantly though, I love the way it's worded, where it's such a profound way to describe such a simple action, which is a baby playing with a ball, he loses it, but he foresees the possibility of something that doesn't exist yet. It's recovery, the recovery of the ball. And he begins to forecast steps towards it. He begins to see how to do it. He crawls towards it. He tries to grab it with his hands. He moves, perhaps uses it, employs a tool or something like that. Something of any of the sort. Such a profound way to explain something that I would imagine is reminiscent of challenges we face today. That we fail to perhaps foresee the ability of something not yet existing. That is, within this climate of doomerism, the sense of hope, right? Or rather, the sense of change, of achievement. This thing that doesn't exist yet, but we nonetheless can envision it, we can foresee it, and begin to forecast steps towards realizing that possibility. I love this realization, this process of realization. That is so powerful. It's great. Okay. Only by making the most of the thought factor already active in the experiences of childhood is there any promise or warrant for the emergence of superior reflective power at adolescence or any later period. The way he worded it makes it seem like you have, like, if the kid is past the childhood period, it's over, and it's like you can't think anymore. I don't think that's the case. It's probably just more difficult, or rather more consuming, more effortful, more effort demanding. I don't know. In any case, positive habits are being formed. If not habits of careful looking into things, then habits of hasty, heedless, impatient glancing over the surface. If not habits of consecutively following up the suggestions that occur, then habits of haphazard, grasshopper-like guessing. If not habits of suspending judgment till inferences have been tested by the examination of evidence, then habits of credulity, alternating with flippant incredulity, belief or unbelief being based in either case upon whim, emotion, or accidental circumstances. The only way to achieve traits of carefulness, thoroughness, and continuity, traits that are, as we have seen, the elements of the logical, is by exercising these traits from the beginning and by seeing to it that conditions call for their exercise. Genuine freedom, in short, is intellectual. It rests in the trained power of thought. An ability to turn things over, to look at matters deliberately, to judge whether the amount and kind of evidence requisite for decision is at hand. And if not, to tell where and how to seek such evidence. If a man's actions are not guided by thoughtful conclusions, then they are guided by inconsiderate impulse, unbalanced appetite, caprice, or the circumstances of the moment. To cultivate unhindered, unreflective, external activity is to foster enslavement, for it leaves the person at the mercy of appetite, sense, and circumstance. Such is the conclusion of part 1. Keg says, I wish that I could continue to be here, but I need to rest now. Have a great one, everyone. You're all awesome and amazing. Good night. Good night. Have a good night, Keg. Hope that's all well and good. This is the end of the stream anyway, so you kind of just got everything. Yes, this is the end of part 1. We've made it. We made it through the entire... The book is 3 parts, and we just made it through part 1 in today's live stream. That is fascinating. That's very good. I'm very happy with that. It's a lot of progress. And honestly, there's 11 people here. That's weird. There's 11 concurrent. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot more people here than I thought there would be for an ungodly hour of the morning stream out of nowhere that I scheduled 5 minutes before going live. That's so egregiously long too. Thanks everyone for being here. I would like to give some conclusions and final thoughts before we wrap up, I think. Firstly, just thoughts for part 5, or sorry, chapter 5. At the beginning bit, I was kind of lost, like the meaning of logical. He was trying to put some sort of like, maybe not metaphysics, right? But he was trying to ground the logic of stuff, which I just thought was obviously, you know, he moves on from it very quickly because he kind of, where is it? No argument is needed to point out that the educator is concerned with the practical and vital, as opposed to the impractical and maybe less vital, in his opinion, which may not be true. I find it maybe a little dismissive, his heuristic. In its tone, it might come off as such, but I understand where it's coming from, right? He is an educator, and that's what he's concerned about. And, you know, in a sense, so am I. But I don't want to just chalk all of, you know, the attempt to chart out a proper map of the logical as something that is pointless, you know, that is impractical or unvital. Rather, it is something perhaps in this case for these certain use cases unnecessary, but nonetheless important. Anyways. Then he kind of goes on to talk about psychology of versus the logical, so like the mental faculties of like the what's happening in the brain, and then like the logic of it, the ABs, the XYZs, the ABCs, which I was kind of lost on a little bit. I thought it was a little difficult to kind of parse what he was the connections he was trying to make, although he did kind of spend a good amount of time doing so. He does kind of distinguish it by, or rather go by, like things that are too logical, too rational, don't, you know, create this sort of lack of interest in study habits of inattention, procrastination. People don't want it to, if it's like too mechanical, too rigid, too logical, which is sort of speaks to the point I was making earlier when he brought up John Locke's, was it John Locke or John Mill? I forgot, sorry, one of the Johns. It was like the philosopher he was citing earlier, the multiple points he wanted to cite. I thought his whole disparage, was it a disparage? I don't know. His whole spiel about passion and logic was a little weird, because I thought passion was important too. And the reasons I thought it was important are kind of tied to this. The lack of interest in study habits of inattention, procrastination that appears from just purely logical, detached study. So it's good that he's like addressing that here now. And then he kind of ties it down to freedom. And, you know, he doesn't use the word in this point right now, but he is an avid enjoyer of democracy. This is definitely political in that his educational philosophy is very much tied to this premise that there is a genuine democracy as the goal of society and civilization, which of course is philosophically and politically contentional. You know, not everyone everywhere in the world lives by this and agrees to this, but it's important to know that this is where he's coming from for sure, and this is what he believes in strongly. As you can see, he wraps up the sentence: genuine freedom is intellectual. And his whole motivation of, you know, why we need to make people more intellectual, why we need people to think, is guided by this notion that genuine freedom is good and necessary, which is informed by his view of a necessary democracy of the world, which is inherently political. And it's something maybe a little touchy, but it's something we need to address and think about. It's not something to shy away from at all. It's something to engage with, despite its discomfort. Those are my thoughts on chapter 5. If I were to perhaps, let me think. If I were to perhaps, maybe not conclude, but just give thoughts initially for part 1 overall, let me just, it would be beneficial to scroll back up to the contents of it, just to kind of check what is thought, the need for training thought, natural resources, school conditions, training of thought, means. Okay. I think that what is thought, I think overall it was a little, for me personally, bloated, but that's because I agreed with a lot of what he said. I didn't really need to see that, and a lot of what he said was inherently obvious to me. But I understand that he's covering his bases because he wants to build a very strong foundation for what the arguments he wants to make next, right? The considerations, and then the methodology to do it, right? He explains briefly what is thought, the way we use it, the word. He establishes a definition that is agreeable. The need for training thought, he emphasizes the importance of it. And although he doesn't quite say it here, I think, from what I remember, this is very much informed by his view that the world, that society excels and flourishes under a certain sense of democracy that benefits from this type of education and empowerment, right? Natural resources and the training of thought is just like where that happens naturally, like, which I thought was a little weak, honestly. It was kind of like the what if one is left alone, how does one think, or does one think, and then like what happens with the school when you go into it, and how does the school help you think, or how it doesn't, rather. Like, I think was more important of the two. And then finally he kind of concludes with the means and ends of mental training, the psychological and logical. So he draws a comparison between the psychological brain waves or whatever of what it's like to think, maybe, versus the logical philosophical lines of reasoning of mental training, this thing he calls mental training. And overall I think it is pretty good. Yeah, so I'll be taking questions now, I suppose, as we kind of tie it in towards the end of the stream. Let's go late night for our stream where Chairman Strong's followers are the unhealthiest, maybe. I would like my followers to go to sleep at the right times and be well rested for their daily tasks and be happy and live fruitful lives. That's what I would want. So follow Chair where he goes, whatever unhealthy habits he presents us. Oh, well, do it. Well, don't do that. Don't do that part. Maybe not that part. Late night philosophy session hits hard. Yeah, it does. It hits very hard, and I think it hit me hard enough that I can sleep now. At this ungodly, unreasonable hour of the day. Everybody need to get some sleep. Yes. Kira says I really like that baby line. It shows a human self-awareness and capacity for abstract thoughts. I like it as well. It's a really, it's very compelling imagery. I really enjoyed it. And it's almost very hopeful, right? Because it's like, even as a baby, what we were capable of doing this and we did this. We just need to do this now. Again, just in a bigger context. It's always been within us, is the way like I kind of got it. To be able to think about the past, future, and present openly rather than relying on fear or other instincts, though some may argue this is instinctive as well. Yeah, exactly. I mentioned earlier there might be arguments that, like, well, the example and imagery he raised with fall more in line with the instinct of it, which I think may be true, but I don't think instinct and thought are necessarily like super hard, like there's a cutoff point, you know what I mean? I think it's more manifested one way or another. I think it's more so like maybe the baby at the moment is here's how I would resolve this. Here's my resolution to this. The baby, as they reach for the ball, as they play with the ball, is, you know, he's just playing with it, it's having fun, and as they lose it, they foresee the potential of of a reality unrealized at the moment. That is a recovery of the ball, to play with it once again, and take steps and reaches towards grabbing it. Those actions to the child, to the baby, might be instinctive. You know, these things might be instinctive. They might be just without a second of a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, just without a second thought. Just chasing the ball, just taking the ball. Sure, that's not reflective and thoughtful or whatever, but that's because it's already been ingrained in us because of, you know, how we've evolved over the years. And to take this simple thing with the ball, one can extrapolate and apply this back to people who exist. For example, just off the top of my head, right, when we talk about instincts, when our hands are put on the stovetop and it's hot, we remove it and it's instinct, we go, ow, that hurts. That can be the same as the child, yes. But here's where it's also where the roots of the reasoning comes in, the roots of the thoughtfulness, the roots of the critical thinking is dormant within this instinct we have. It lies within this potential. And to realize this potential, we take this very simple instinctive process of, as a baby, you know, playing with the ball, losing it, and just grabbing it again. We apply that to the future. We look at a world that is frankly doomed and very, very stressful and perhaps something that we will struggle with. And we see a possibility that doesn't exist yet. One that, notably, that a state of the world that is at a better place. And we can actualize and conceive of steps to take towards that better future. We took our baby steps and evolved it to deal with world-ending crises. That, to me, is the fruits of our critical thinking, of our evolution, of the summation of human thought. It's the very thing I think John Dewey's trying to imbue into students, into people. It's 4 a.m. I should go to sleep. Instead, I'm going to go play Minecraft as God intended. That's good. Well, I don't know if it's good. If you have responsibilities, you should probably sleep. If you don't, well, why not play Minecraft at 4 a.m.? Who's going to stop you? Absolutely good, sir. I don't know who you are, but wish to follow your journey, man, or your schedule. So I don't... thank you for asking. I don't have a schedule this week. I'm really sorry. I don't think I'll be able to have a schedule for this week and next week. Maybe I can schedule ahead some streams towards the end of this weekend. But I'm currently going through a crisis of librarian duties that are crashing down and going to kill me. Essentially. But I promise they'll be done by next week. And so next, so after that, we will for sure have schedules. But at the moment, don't think I have one. Maybe I'll be able to figure one out later this week. But for the meantime, if you possess a subscription to this channel, you would be able to see when I decide to do another Yap stream. You guys remember how much I don't like telling people to like and subscribe and engage in engagement, like, because I think that engagement should come naturally, and this alienation of engagement is destroying us all. But you know, whatever. Hope the library renovations don't disturb sleep. I aim the mind for correct reading and like title was practical for what a paper about thinking can be. Did you focus? Yes, that's true. Go to sleep. Bye bye. Thank you. Yes. 6 a.m. Brazil. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Rodara. Don't forget to lock your windows. Indeed. Have a good day, Kira. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you for joining me. It was a bigger turnout than I thought it would be because it was just so sudden. And at an very different hour of the day, but thank you for everyone for coming in, those who joined and left earlier and stuff, because time zones are all over the place, right? But thank you for staying with me, and thank you for reading with me. I hope you gained something, and if not, maybe you can revisit this VOD and re-listen to it again, and you'll gain a bit more. You don't have to remember, you don't have to understand and completely accept everything in a philosophy reading the first time around. It's very normal to just repeat it over and over again and to just let it sink in your head, you know, let it sit with you for a while, and then maybe in a year or two you'll finally get it, and then that'll work out. You can be patient with it, you know? All right, that's it. No more yapping. No more yapping. Good morning, good nights, good day. I hope everyone is fine and does well. All right, I'm gonna leave. And I will see you maybe later in this week. Goodbye. God, this was almost 5 hours. What the hell? I was thinking this would be like a quick 2-hour stream, and then I would like tire out and die, and I could end it. And it's like, well, we're here now.